Okay, it's 10 a.m. We're going to get going. Representative Toner, would you like to lead us in the pledge? Okay. I'm sorry? Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing for the House Election Law Committee for House Bill 684, relative to preventing the use of student identification cards as a means to obtain a ballot. Sponsors, I'm sorry, I'm still getting my pink cards here. 684, do we have someone here to introduce the bill? Awesomeness. Representative, are you here to? That's fine, please do.
Those are yours.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Yuri Polozov, representing Merrimack 10, Hooksett and Dunbarton. I'm here to introduce House Bill 684, an act preventing the use of student identification cards as a means to obtain a ballot. I want to thank this committee for your work making election accessible but also secure. And I believe this bill is making the right balance of securing our elections. And it's very important for my district and for my town as well, because in my town we have quite a few college students voting, and there are always some friction and misunderstanding on part of some students, like if they can vote. So sometimes there are domes on border of two towns. Sometimes they even don't know what towns they're voting in. Sometimes they don't know if they can vote in New Hampshire at all, what documents they should provide. So this bill clarifies what documents you need to provide for voting. So please support it. The prime sponsor couldn't be here, and I was happy to introduce it, but I will not be taking questions because I sit on another committee. It's not my field of interest, but please consider it. Thank you.
Okay. Next up is Bonnie Bruno. I don't have, what town are you from, Miss Bruno? Hollis. We will be on our 2-minute clock today. Oh, actually, welcome back. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. No, I've been talking
Back by
about
popular
you very
demand.
positively. Anybody asked? I've been like super pumped. So let me get my clock going because I'm.
Oh, wait. I was going to do a little intro, though. Don't start it yet. I was going to say, back by popular demand is the Fire Act, Part 2, improv.
I love it. Let's
Okay.
go.
I don't
All
have
right,
anything
you're on the
written down.
clock.
Okay. So I'm here to oppose 684 and the other bills this afternoon that I cannot be here for, even though I knew the date and time of them because I have other commitments. So being able to oppose early and do testimony, even though I knew the date and time of them, it was good to be able to do that. Little reference back to the last time that I testified. Anyway, today I just want to say, can we stop this now? Can we just stop? I would say there was a problem with the elections in November, but it wasn't voter fraud. I don't like that we have a trifecta plus the executive council, so I have a problem with that election, but I don't think that there was any voter fraud in that. I have other problems with that election because here I have to sit, again, setting an alarm for 6 a.m. to get up here and get here to Concord. I'm retired now, for lack of a better word. I thought I was going to be having fun. But for the first time in 24 years of living in this state, I am constantly coming up here this year and having to sit here and say, please stop this. These bills do not help voters have access. This is not what people voted for. 29,000 plus people signed in on a different bill that I can't talk about here, but read the room. This is not what people voted for. I don't know what they voted for back in November, but it wasn't this. So I'm asking you, just stop. Let's do better laws to help people access the ballot. Make it not as confusing for people as students to know what to do, what ID to have, but their ID is valid. And then if you have a senior who has a license that's expired for more than a year, put that on a billboard coming into New Hampshire, letting the seniors know that they're not who they are when their license is expired for after the year and they have to go make efforts to go get another ID. Let's put that on a billboard. People aren't like, this is not what they voted for. I don't know what they voted for, but this is not what they voted for. So today I'm just asking you, can we just stop? Isn't there a high road that we can take? We have to share this state. I have to share it. I didn't vote for this. I didn't vote Republican, but I definitely didn't vote for this. And I don't know if other people really voted for this, because once they actually know what's the content of some of these bills, they sign in like in the thousands. So like, let's share the state. Let's find a high road. Please, can we just stop this?
All right. Thank you, Ms. Bruno. Your time has expired. Will you be taking questions from the committee?
I'd be happy to take a question from
Are
the
there
committee.
questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
All right, thank you.
It is good to see you. Yeah. I'm sorry that I didn't immediately recognize your name, but I did recognize, like when I saw you pop up, oh, yeah. Next up is Kevin Blanchett from Concord. And once again, 2-minute clock. Welcome to Election Law, Mr. Blanchett. I don't think we've seen you before.
Thank you very much. This is my first time here. I am speaking to oppose this due to accessibility issues for people who struggle with disabilities. I have provided written testimony online, but I'll be reading that here. As a professor at a university in New Hampshire, a licensed mental health counselor in the state, and a transplant from another state, I am concerned with the implications of removing student IDs from the list of acceptable forms of identification for a person. I work with a person who is currently enrolling in school. At the moment, they do not have valid photo identification, and the process to obtain this has too many steps for them to remember, understand, and follow through with completing. Their cognitive impairments impact their ability to follow step-by-step processes, and they are limited in their access to supports with completing such tasks. They are also limited to the knowledge about local election laws, and without supports around them informing them, they would not know what ID is necessary and would just bring the IDs they have in their wallet. While processes are difficult for them to understand and follow through with, their brain is able to comprehend conceptual knowledge, and community college is an option for them. They are also able to understand candidates' platforms and issues on the ballot, making them cognitively able to vote. Without being able to use their college ID, they will likely be in a scenario of not being able to vote. This person is not alone in their experience. There are many students in the state who do not know this bill is being discussed and do not have other forms of ID readily available. We should not expect that everyone in the state is aware of the constantly changing rules on voting, as many students are more focused on their studies as they should be.
Mr. Blanchett, I have to actually conclude your remarks. Your time has expired.
And that's right about at the end, so we can end there. Thank you.
Apologize. As a note, Mr. Blanchett, it looked like the PDF you uploaded online was corrupted. I just tried to pull it. So if you wouldn't mind either emailing it to me or the committee or trying to resubmit it, but I couldn't load it. I was trying to load it and I couldn't. So if you could just resubmit that, that would be awesome.
I appreciate you letting me know that. Thank you. I will.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Will you be taking questions from the committee?
Yes.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Lucas Coriati. Welcome to Election Law. I don't believe we've seen you before.
Right there? There we go. Hi, my name is Lucas Coriati. That right? And I'm the president of the United Democrats. More importantly, I am a student, one that worked to help register hundreds of voters over the course of the last cycle. I informed every single person who gave me the time of day that if they proved residency and citizenship, they could participate in our most sacred of institutions, in many cases for the first time in their lives. Though I, of course, have my partisan leanings, the effort to get out the vote was not. My colleagues and I were approached by many who openly let us know they did not support our candidates, and they were without prejudice informed of their rights. It would have helped our cause to refuse their inquiries, forcing them to do their own research and making it more difficult to exercise their right to vote, but that's simply not the kind of country I would like to live in. We had a fantastic turnout on Election Day, and though the results were not necessarily what we had desired, the will of the people was carried out, and our election was safe and secure. No caravans of illegals, migrants arrived in Durham. No buses of Massachusetts voters showed up to the polls. What did happen was that thousands of UNH voters, students, legally voted for the candidates of their choosing, in our case, voting for the Republican candidates at a higher rate than the preceding elections. They did so overwhelmingly by using the university-issued student ID card, which nearly all of us carry in our pockets at all times. Though my fellow Democrats and I plan to work hard to reverse the growing Republican base at UNH, I proudly stand against any measure to impede their right to vote. Our country was built off those who shunned the pursuit of power for selfless gain. I understand the logic. There's a group of voters who lean left, and a right-wing majority knows it would be to their benefit to disenfranchise as many of those voters as possible. I simply ask you graciously to reject this calculus and to let the will of the people and the UNH voters be done. Thank you.
Thank you. And you had 5 seconds left because, you haven't been watching. I like the competition to who can get closest. So you got pretty close. Will you be taking questions from the committee? Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that you always carry your student ID. Why is that?
Well, you can't use the public transit on those. It's how we access our meal plans. Fingerprints are also used as a biometric, but I mean, I have it in my wallet right now. I don't go anywhere without it.
Follow up.
So that gives you the privileges and the rights to use the things that are being granted to you by the University of New Hampshire. Would not the same principles apply for voting with an ID card?
I think that there's certainly discussion for, say, private universities. If it was a St. Anselm issued ID, it's different than something issued by the university system of New Hampshire. But that's not the bill being discussed today, sir.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Howard.
Thank you for taking my question. Are these ID cards used to gain entry into residency buildings?
You can press that button again. Just say absolutely again. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, you're smart to try to turn it off every time because you'll end up like hot micing yourself like I do all the time. Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Lane.
Thank you for taking my question. You use this ID only to identify yourself when you vote. Is that correct?
It's part of the process too. It's obviously on the side of proving residency. And my main point against it is that, there's been 0 cases of voter fraud when it comes to these student ID cards. And it's by far the most convenient.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Toner.
Thank you. Does the student ID identify whether you're an out-of-state student?
But that's where residency, specifically in Durham, and being on the voter rolls comes into play. It's not the end-all, be-all. It's part of the process.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Howard.
Thank you for taking another one of my questions. Is there any way to figure out if there is a student living on campus?
Yeah, absolutely. The UNH system has records of all of that, and I assume they're cross-checked.
Follow up.
Follow up, yeah.
Is that accessible online via the UNH web portal?
I believe so, Representative.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Further questions? So Representative Turner, you want to turn your mic off for, you make yourself famous. Any other questions from the committee? I have some. Can you use a UNH student ID to board an airplane?
It has not been tried to my awareness, sir.
Okay. And a follow-up, can you use a UNH student ID to purchase a firearm?
No, sir, not to my awareness.
Okay, thank you. Representative Muirhead, I don't know why I just blanked on your name. Oh my God.
okay.
Known you for 5 years, my brain just went, nah.
Thank you for taking my question. Did you know that moderators are permitted to accept any legitimate ID in order to prove identity when a voter presents themselves to the polls?
I did not, sir. I'll say in my time working on the campaign, there was quite a lot of confusion on exactly what proper ID entailed. And I know that there were several stories from the polls where somebody was only able to vote because they didn't realize that they could use their student ID.
Follow-up from Representative Muirhead.
Did you know that for instance, the moderator in Nashua would be permitted to accept a Sanders employment identification as proof of identification when a voter presents themselves to the polls?
No, but I mean, I'm sure I'm not the one asking questions here. But is that exactly what this bill is looking to address? I
Thank you.
believe the topic was student IDs.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, I think we'll let the gentleman go. Thank you for entertaining us. Great job, by the way. Great job. Ms. Tantarelli from the League of Women Voters. It's 289. Okay, all right, hold on. Before we do this, because my desk is going to end up completely trashed again, can we take that written testimony and put it right there on the end of this table, and then members can grab it unless they is this a copy of written testimony? So I'm going to leave that there, and then members can grab it on their way out, because what happens is my desk at the end of this looks like a paper mill. So we'll leave that there. Members can grab it on the way out, and that'll be, unless there's something that you need for the testimony, like you have a graph or something like that, obviously we need that. But if it's a copy written testimony, we'll leave that there, and that way the clerk can easily get a copy of it, and it'll make her life better, and she won't be so angry at me as my paper just takes over the whole desk.
I don't get angry.
I can see it. I can see you getting angry. I can see you.
Thank you. That sounds like a very good plan, Chairman Barry. I'm Liz Tentarelli. I'm president of the Nonpartisan League of Women Voters of New Hampshire. And as you might assume, I am opposed to this bill. You've already heard testimony about how important student IDs are to students who carry them with them all the time. But I want to talk about older voters. This bill also gets rid of the exemption in terms of expired driver's licenses or passports that has applied to people over 65. In 2012, when this legislature passed the voter ID law, it wisely realized that at some point people are old enough that they don't renew their driver's licenses, they no longer travel abroad, they don't renew their passports, and you allowed those people to use an ID that was expired without any time frame. So it could be more than 5 years. It is on behalf of those people that I'm speaking today and say, please, don't expect somebody who is over 75 to have to get to the DMV to get a non-driver ID, which will itself expire, and then they have to do it again when they are 80. You have no reason to try to disenfranchise older voters. This bill would do that in effect. So I urge you to vote inexpedient to legislate on this bill. I'd be glad to take questions if there are any.
Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I saw movement from Representative Newsom. The blur. All right. Next up is Kaylee Estradio. Did I get it?
Thank you, Chairman Barry and members of the committee. My name is Kaylee Estradio. I am a Durham voter and public policy fellow with Open Democracy. We're a nonpartisan nonprofit representing 36,000 voters across the state, and I'm submitting testimony today in vehement opposition to HB 684. This bill seeks to further restrict the rights of students by rolling back well-established forms of ID. Out of the 36 states that currently have some form of voter IDs in place, only 12 do not allow some form of student ID to serve as a valid voter ID. As allowing student ID to serve as voter ID has yet to result in any egregious case of fraud and only work to increase the high levels of civic participation New Hampshire prides itself on, I wonder the true intent behind the bill. In the wake of HB 1569, which will already work to strip countless college students of their right to vote, I see no compelling reason to pass this bill. When will the restrictions be enough? Will we have to endure drastic drops in the levels of youth participation in elections before finally saying enough is enough? Additionally, I argue that HB 684 would violate Article 11 of the New Hampshire Constitution, which ensures that, quote, every inhabitant of the state of 18 years of age and upwards shall have an equal right to vote in any election. This bill singles out young people in a blatant attempt to disenfranchise them. According to the Brennan Center, an estimated 18% of citizens aged 18 to 24 do not have state-issued photo ID. Student IDs are given to nearly every college student after providing proof of their identity upon enrollment, making them a secure and convenient option for young people. Please vote HB 684 an expedient to legislate to ensure that every eligible Granite Stater is able to exercise their right to vote regardless of age. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you be taking questions from the committee?
Yes.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Let me see. Representative Palazov, are you in committee right now? Are you in committee though, right? Is your committee meeting right now? Okay, all right. We're going to finish this up then and then we'll let you introduce, okay? Next up is Mackenzie Taylor. And then last one up I have is Henry Klimowitz. So Representative Gosofsky, can you grab me the blue sheet, please? I'm nailing the names today. I've had my coffee. I'm good to go.
Good morning, members of the committee. I'm Mackenzie Taylor with America Votes and the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights. We are in opposition to House Bill 684. I wanted to note that under New Hampshire law, to obtain a ballot, you need to show your proof of identity. So that's what we're talking about today. The reason we are showing proof of identity is to ensure the person who is in front of you, their name and photo matches how they are registered. That this is not showing domicile, it's not showing where they live, it is showing that they are who they say they are. And that's why there is a very broad list of acceptable IDs that are government issued, like college IDs from the major universities, who, can show that the person who is standing in front of you to get their ballot is who they say they are. And by limiting that list, it does not, change, it does not help anyone make sure that we are having folks show who they are in order to vote. I also wanted to mention, as a previous person testified, that we have major concerns about the limiting the use of expired IDs for folks who are over 75, especially. I know through doing election protection work with the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights, we have in multiple occasions helped voters who didn't think that they had an acceptable ID because they didn't know that they were able to use one that had been expired if they were over a certain age. So by removing that provision as well, or a potential of totally removing people's right to be able to cast their ballot as seniors because they are not renewing their licenses or passports if they're no longer driving or traveling. So, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Representative Toner?
So it's been a wee bit of time since I've been in school, but does the student ID now have an expiration date on it, or does it have any type of date of when issued? Or
I believe the student IDs now do have a date on them, and that was part of, and Henry is testifying after me, he might have better idea, but that was part of having this be a way that you could show your identity in order to register to vote.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Lane?
Thank you for taking my question. Are you aware of any student or senior who's been found guilty of voter fraud by using an ID other than what this bill wants to use?
I am not.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We did have a late entry here, so my apologies. Jean Barnes, I'm having trouble reading it. Sorry. From Concord. Can you just can you say your last name for me when you get up here, just so I can?
Barnes.
Oh, B. Okay, I did read it right. All right. Welcome to election. I don't believe we've met before.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jean Barnes. I've been a moderator in Concord for 30 years. I worked at the Post for 35 years. I want to answer just two questions. Number one, yes, a student's ID is accepted at the airport. I used to travel with my granddaughter. But when you're young, even 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th grade, there's no other identification for you. So yes, it was accepted. Number two, as a moderator, if someone walked in with an ID from Concord Hospital or Concord High, yes, I would accept it as their ID. Their photo was on it, their signature's on it. I worked for the state for 34 years. My ID was my picture and my signature, and the fact that I worked at the Department of Health and Human Services. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Oops. Further questions from the questions from the committee, not further questions. Representative Lane.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Ms. Barnes is my moderator. So, and she runs it like she is very strict. So you mentioned, what about New Hampshire TAC? Are you aware of any students from the TAC that present IDs? I don't know if I specifically have a tech, but I would take Franklin Pierce. I would take the law school. I would take, yes, what I look for is their picture and their signature. But I'm rarely called to identify anyone. The crew, I call them Ward 2 crew. They know what the laws and the rules are. They know what we'll accept. If you have an ID and it doesn't have your picture, no, we would not accept that. But we want your picture and your signature. If you're a new registration that day, we'll take that ID, but you also have proof of domicile. Thank you.
Okay, further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Last up
Thank
is
you.
Henry Clementowitz.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Henry Clementowicz. I'm the Deputy Legal Director of the ACLU of New Hampshire. We oppose HB 684. When a person is presenting ID when they're voting, as a previous speaker said, all they're doing is proving their identity. They're not proving domicile, as that qualification was proven when they registered to vote. And so the point of showing an ID is not to have your address on it or to prove that you live in town or that you're an in-state student. It's so that the moderator or election official can verify that you are the person whose name appears on the checklist. That's the only purpose. And so what this bill does is just simply reduce the number of identifications to less than what the TSA accepts for people getting on airplanes. So for example, TSA allows you to present a driver's license that's been expired for up to a year. I know this because I frequently lose my driver's license. You can present an armed services card to get on an airplane. You can present a veterans health insurance card to get on an airplane. Types of identification that would not be allowed now under this bill. In addition, there's actually a process at TSA I learned. If you don't have any ID, they can still ask you some questions to verify your identity. So you don't actually even need a driver's license to get on a plane or any photo ID at all. And so I'm unaware, we check in with the Attorney General's office, election law unit frequently. I'm unaware of any single case in which identity fraud was the basis of a voter fraud prosecution. Typically what we see is double voting, which is the type of thing where someone owns property in two places and votes in two places. That's not going to be stopped by this bill. The only thing that would be stopped by this bill is someone trying to vote using another person's student ID. But there's no reason to think that student IDs are any less secure than any other governmental issued ID, especially student IDs that are issued by the University of New Hampshire, which is the government. So I'm happy to take any questions if there are.
Questions from the committee? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Did I hear you correctly that you said that the act of registration for voting proves intent to domicile?
I'm not sure if I said that, but that is true. Domicile is in part a subjective state. It involves a place being your civic home for the purposes of participation in in democratic self-government. And so the act of registering to vote is part of the declaration of domicile process. But what I was trying to say is that domicile is established and proven when registering to vote in New Hampshire and not when voting.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none. Oh, I think Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if they're registering and that's showing intent to domicile, then they have to comply with all the other requirements for residency, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I don't have any other pink cards in my possession. Does anyone else wish to speak? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on, good Lord, House Bill 684. Representative Excelsi, since you're a guy, can you change out the sign? They gave us signs now so that people watching can know what we're on. Yeah, we're fancy. Y'all didn't know we get fancy like that. I'm going to open up the public hearing for House Bill 323. Oh, I apologize. I do have the stats online. I actually have them pulled up already. The blue sheet, good Lord, man. Blue sheet was 0 in favor, 5 against. Woof. And then online was 59 support, 781 opposed, and 2 neutral. All right, with that, I will close the public hearing for 684, and thank you for the gentle reminder. And Representative, are you ready to introduce House Bill 323 requiring the presentation of government-issued photographic means of identification in order to vote? Representative McFarland, after you get done presenting, can you please fill out a pink card for us? Oh, thank you. Never mind. You got it ready to go. Awesome. Welcome back to election law.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, honourable members. I'm Representative Donald McFarlane from Orange, and I thank you for the opportunity to introduce House Bill 323. This testimony represents my views and the views and interests of my constituents in Grafton 18. My testimony is not made on behalf of any private employer, nor should it be construed to represent the views of any of my employers. I come before you today to introduce and voice my strong support for House Bill 323, which seeks to strengthen the integrity of New Hampshire's elections by ensuring that all voters present government-issued photographic identification when casting a ballot. New Hampshire has long been recognized for its commitment to fair and transparent elections. House Bill 323 builds on that foundation by closing gaps in our voter verification process, ensuring that each vote cast is legitimate and that our elections remain secure, reliable, and free from fraud. The vast majority of states already require voter ID, and polling consistently shows that Americans across party lines support these ID requirements as a common sense safeguard for our democracy. For example, I would cite a St. Anselm poll surveying New Hampshire voters' attitudes, in which over 3/4 of respondents considered that voters should be required to show a photographic ID before being allowed to cast a ballot here in New Hampshire. And only 19% of respondents disagreed with this view. These results correspond well to the commentary and feedback that I have heard from my own constituents who, rightly or wrongly, perceive that there is continuing voter fraud here in New Hampshire. Indeed, only last night, one of my constituents described to me such a circumstance. This bill is not about restricting access to the ballot box. It is about ensuring confidence in the process. For those who may not currently possess a satisfactory ID, the state will continue to assist in providing one at no cost to ensure that every eligible voter has the ability to comply with this requirement. The fundamental right to vote is the cornerstone of our democracy. House Bill 323 ensures that every legal vote counts, while preventing fraudulent or erroneous ballots from diluting the voice of legitimate voters. I urge the committee to pass this bill and reaffirm our commitment to election integrity here in New Hampshire. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Could you just reiterate for us what the purpose of showing a photo ID to a moderator or ballot inspector is?
From my point of view, the purpose is clear. First of all, it demonstrates to the ballot clerk that you are the same individual that is listed on the checklist and that has already demonstrated citizenship and so forth to the supervisors of the checklist. And second of all, in so doing, it maintains confidence in the integrity of the voting process as I was outlining.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Muirhead?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Of course.
Do you think, sir, that a photo ID issued by an employer might suffice to prove identity, might suffice to prove that the person presenting themselves to the ballot clerk is the person that they say they are?
I don't think that there's any identity that could be provided that would prove identity. My understanding is that there have been some very clever people from time to time who manage to forge all kinds of documents. The question at hand is what is an appropriate level of confidence in that identity for our New Hampshire election process. And what I've laid out in this bill, I think, reflects that. I don't believe that it would be appropriate to take some random employer's photo ID from a private employer in the state, or even for certain public employees in the state, because the reality is that in the towns and wards of our state, it is highly unlikely that all of the election staff are going to be familiar with all of the different IDs that are presented by these different private employers. And it's not even clear that those private employers would have the necessary security checks and safeguards built into those IDs. So I think if we're going to be respectful of our election employees and of the volunteers in the towns who are staffing the election process, we need to give them clear guidelines. And I think giving them the guidelines that they should be able to accept the several different identity documents that are still able to be used if this bill passes, I think that gives them enough clarity, and it allows the Secretary of State to give them examples of all those documents.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative McFarland, for taking my question. I believe the RSA has other instances where government-issued IDs are required. Do you know offhand how many times that is mentioned or required?
You're asking about how many times in our entire RSAs we mention the requirement for government IDs. Off the top of my head, I don't. I will say, however, that I'm aware that in order to drive in the state, you require a driver's license to be issued by the state after a period of time living in the state, and certainly you need to have a satisfactory driver's license in order to drive. And I believe that the same is true. The chairman was asking on the prior bill about the requirement to fly. And I think that the requirement to fly, frankly, is even more onerous by a substantial margin than what I'm proposing here in this bill.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that one of the purposes of this bill was to provide confidence in the voting process. Are you aware that both the governor, our prior governor, and not our current governor, Governor Sununu, and the Secretary of State have expressed confidence in our existing system, and which includes trusting the moderators to do their jobs and do them well?
I'm aware that Governor Sununu has said many things, and I'm aware that, for that matter, I have expressed confidence in our election process historically. The fact that I have an adequate degree of confidence does not mean that I think it is perfect, and I think that some of the concerns that are expressed to me by my constituents are ones that are ostensibly reasonable and that this bill can satisfy. And I would put to you that if we look at the November general election, there were about 833,000 voters who cast their ballot in that election. And of those, only 3 people did not bring their IDs to the poll and were able to satisfy that they in fact were those people. We are now in a circumstance where those 3 people out of 833,000 are going to need to remember to drive home and get their driver's license or their voter identification card that they probably should have had when they got in the car in the first place.
Further questions from the committee, Representative Bay?
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Thank you for taking my question. Would a global entry ID satisfy this requirement for government-issued photographic means?
From my point of view, I think that it is a very reasonable question. Let me just, before I give you a straight answer, let me just review the text, because what I will tell you is that I was going back and forth at the end of the year with OLS on getting my bills drafted. They were not drafted as quickly as I might have hoped. And so I will admit that the language of this is not exactly what I would have wanted. So let me answer your question in 2 ways, Representative. First of all, the language does support using a United States Armed Services identification card, a federal driver's license, a passport, a pass card. It does not mention a global entry card. And I think there's a fair question as to would a global entry card be sufficient. I think it comes back to my question around as we broaden the number of different identity cards and documents that the local officials are going to need to support. How many of those people are familiar with those cards? How many of those people know what to check for on those cards? And I do think at one level that what is in here is a more than ample set of documents. The second thing I'll say to my point about the nature of the language is that I did strike in lines 7 through 12 the section about recording the state of issuance of out-of-state licenses and non-driver's ID cards and so forth. And that was struck for me by the OLS in the drafting. But what I would suggest to the committee is that it would be appropriate to add back in, not that exact language, but add back in language for the less than 63-day circumstance of that new voter on the checklist to make sure that we have not only the state of issuance, but enough specificity around what ID they've presented that audits can be performed.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Wilhelm.
Thank you, Chairman. Representative, thanks for taking my question. What's the nearest, how long does it take for you to get to your closest DMV from Orange?
About 10 minutes for me to drive to my town clerk, who is the local agent of the DMV.
Thank you.
10 minutes. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. So as I read this, you could still register. You could still register to vote on the day of the election, if you did not have a New Hampshire license. Is this correct? As long as things matched up, as long as the state that you're declaring that you just previously voted in matched up with the state issued license.
Thank you for your question, Representative. I understand. Let me just add to Representative Wilhelm. It takes me about 15 minutes to drive to the local gas station. So, you know, there's that. The question that you posed, this bill is not seeking to change one iota of the registration process. This bill is purely seeking to attend to the process when somebody who's already on the checklist presents identification to vote. And so, you know, while I certainly have opinions about the registration process, I don't think that's germane to this bill.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. Of those 830,000 voters you cited, how many used a fraudulent student ID?
How would I know that?
Thank you. Were there any cases?
You got to do a
Sorry,
follow-up, Representative. It's all right. Yeah, you can say follow-up. I say yes, and then you get to go.
Sorry. Are you aware of any?
I'm aware that I have a lot of constituents who have significant concerns about the voting process precisely because we don't have satisfactory mechanisms in place right now to disprove that there was significant student fraud.
I'll turn myself off. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Nico Durazio. Awesome. From Hanover.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I'm sorry, Beatrice Barak. I apologize. I didn't see the second name. My apologies.
Yes, we'll testify together if that's all right.
That's totally fine.
Thank you.
Good morning. We'd like to thank Chairman Barry and the members of the committee for the opportunity to testify in opposition to House Bill 323. My name is Beatrice Burak. I'm a senior at Dartmouth College.
And my name is Nico Durazio, and I'm proudly a freshman at Dartmouth College.
Nico and I are both part of Dartmouth Civics, which is a nonpartisan organization committed to helping Hanover community members and Dartmouth students exercise our constitutional right to vote. We oppose House Bill 323 because it would unnecessarily burden student voters and town officials, overcomplicating a process that is currently functioning like a well-oiled machine in Hanover. I was born and raised in Hopkinton, New Hampshire, to parents who always took me with them to town meeting and the polls. But when I came to Dartmouth, I met many students who didn't have the same exposure to the civic process. My friend and I founded Dartmouth Civics after the 2022 midterm elections because we saw that many of our classmates were intimidated by the complexity of the voting process, and there was insufficient coordination between town officials and students on voting-related matters.
Dartmouth Civics fills those gaps by providing resources and information to help students and community members vote and engage in civic processes. We have spent over 300 hours sitting at a table in the Student Center to answer questions about voting well ahead of every election. Each election season, we create and distribute hundreds of pamphlets of nonpartisan voter information, triple-checked by college and town officials.
We also host public events that are open to the community. We host candidate forums where Hanover residents can come hear from candidates for local office every spring. This fall, we hosted the chairs of the New Hampshire Democratic and Republican parties on campus to inform students about their respective parties' platforms. We support all eligible student voters in their efforts to vote. That's regardless of their party affiliation and regardless of if they choose to vote in their hometowns in another state or here in Hanover.
We are incredibly proud of the strong relationships we've built with Hanover's town clerk, town manager, and supervisors of the checklist. We seek to reduce the administrative burdens on them by making the requirements for registration and voting clearer to students and community members. We frequently receive messages of gratitude from town officials who appreciate that since we began our efforts, many more students have been arriving at Town Hall and the polls early with the necessary documentation.
In Dartmouth Civics experience, students come to Dartmouth excited to vote and to be engaged members of the Hanover community. My friend Nico here is a great example.
Members of the committee, I am sure you remember your first time voting and shared the same excitement I had when I voted last year. When I arrived on Dartmouth's campus, I eagerly looked forward to voting in my first federal election. But tantamount to that, I could not wait to vote in down-ballot New Hampshire elections as well. I spent hours researching our state's candidates because it was important to me that I had the opportunity to shape the world around me. After all, this is my home for the next 4 years, and maybe more. Dartmouth Civics taught me the process of voting in New Hampshire, so I was able to take all of my documents to Town Hall to register well in advance of the election. I was surprised by how secure and orderly the registration process was. However, there were quite a few documents to remember, so when Election Day rolled around, I was glad to be able to vote by just presenting my Dartmouth ID, which has my photo and verification and an expiry date. This process worked seamlessly for me and my fellow students, and I know that it was based on reliable precedent that New Hampshire has supported for many years. Changing our voter ID laws will only complicate the orderly process that New Hampshire already has.
All right, I'm going to have to ask you guys to conclude your remarks. I did give you an extra 2 minutes because there's 2 of you, so we got to bring her to a conclusion.
Great, thank you. I'm wrapping up. Voting is our civic duty as American citizens, and it's also our constitutionally protected right. Dartmouth Civics and our partners in the town of Hanover have been working hard to ensure that all members of our community feel empowered to participate in that process. The process is working well, and there is no need for the drastic change that HB 323 would bring.
It is for these reasons that, as members of Dartmouth Civics, we urge you to oppose this bill. We thank you for your time and consideration.
All right. Will you be taking questions from the committee?
We will.
Are there questions from the committee? I have one. Who is your favorite Dartmouth college professor? And we will need an answer. And you're not, I can't say you're under oath, but imagine you're under oath.
I've never taken one of Professor Muirhead's classes, but I know he's
Many people
offering one
avoid them.
this spring, so I'm thinking about it.
Oh yeah, thinking about it.
I've heard
she's
he's
only a
great, though.
senior. She's only a senior. Thank you.
I would have to echo that same opinion.
Oh. Very, very political. Thank you so much. Next up is David Trumbull from my town of Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is David Trumbull from the town of Ware. I oppose this bill because I believe that students should be able to freely exercise their constitutional right to vote. As far as I can tell, there's only been one U.S. Supreme Court case that has addressed this subject. It was Sim versus the United States, and they did affirm that college students have the constitutional right to register and vote where they attend college. New Hampshire also, there may be others, but the only most recent one I can find is the case of League of Women Voters and the Democratic Party versus Secretary of State. The court said that voting is the most fundamental significance under our constitutional structure. Other rights, even the most basic, are illusory if the right to vote is undermined. And they cited the New Hampshire Constitution. All elections are to be free, and every inhabitant of the state of 18 years of age and upward shall have an equal right to vote in any election, and they say where he has domicile. And that was a case specific to the issue of students. A couple things about students. I've worked at a New Hampshire college for over 40 years, so I do speak with some knowledge of it on the ground. Two things. One is that students are active members of their communities. They live in the area where they go to school for at least 8 to 9 months a year, which is certainly longer than our 6 months plus 1 day snowbirds. They work in the community, whether it's doing childcare or substitute teaching or working in the local sub shop, and they volunteer and do internships with everything from media to government and everything, businesses in between. So they're active members of our community. They're not just passively sitting in their dorm room for 9 months. They're affected by what happens. The other thing is that they are directly affected by local and state issues. 4 examples. First is money. Property taxes is how we finance everything. That affects the rent that they pay. We have a $7 minimum wage. That affects the amount of money that they can earn at their jobs. Second is social issues. Whether you're a liberal or a conservative and your concerns are LGBTQ rights or access to abortion or religious freedom, the laws that you pass affect them. Health and the environment. Energy policy in the state affects clean air and clean water. And lastly, labor laws. There was a bill before the Senate Commerce Committee last year that dealt directly with the rights of RAs, resident assistants at colleges. These students have a constitutional right to vote. They're directly affected by the decisions that you make, and they're active members of our community. We should not do anything we can to discourage their voting. Oh, one last thing I forgot, which is that...
You need to bring your remarks to conclusion, so
Okay,
please.
the last thing is we want to encourage people to participate in their democracy. If you vote at the age of 18, you're going to be a lifelong voter. We shouldn't discourage people from voting when they're young. Thank you.
All right, will you be taking questions from the committee?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Kaylee Estradio. And then after that, we have one more, Mackenzie Taylor. So Representative Viscosi, can you grab the blue sheet for me? Start wrapping this up. And the reason we haven't started 289 is 289 is sponsored by a committee member, so we don't need to jump the gun yet.
Thank you, Chairman Barry and members of the House Committee. My name is Kaylee Estradio. I'm a Durham voter and public policy fellow with Open Democracy, and I'm testifying in opposition to HB 323. This bill provides an extremely narrow definition of government-issued photo ID, excluding both out-of-state driver's licenses and student ID cards. These are 2 measures that indicate a sense of fear in the legislature regarding the power of student voting. In 2016, current Senator Maggie Hassan beat incumbent Kelly Ayotte by just 1,017 votes, meaning a single class of Dartmouth students alone could have made the difference. You cannot, without compelling rhyme or reason, roll back such an unproblematic statute. This bill seeks to craft a solution for potential fraud that seemingly has not and may not ever occur beyond its current minuscule rates. Rates that, might I add, are certainly not spearheaded by college students, but by those who own second homes or are moving between towns in New Hampshire. When talking about disenfranchising an entire age group, I think you have to be certain. As an out-of-state voter myself, domiciled in New Hampshire as I obtained my master's from UNH, I can't see any reason why I shouldn't retain the right to cast my vote where I spend the majority of my time. For the past 5 years, I have spent 10 months out of the year in New Hampshire and just 2 in Massachusetts. As many college students tend to, I have come to love my new environment and plan to move here permanently after graduation. However, even this intent should not be required. The sheer fact that out-of-state college students are counted in the U.S. Census at their respective schools, where they live and sleep most of the time, as opposed to their home state, should be common sense reason enough. Additionally, in lines 15 through 23 of the bill, there are exceptions made for voting with an out-of-state ID for those who have been on the voter checklist fewer than 63 days. If the goal of this bill is to make it harder for both in and out-of-state students to vote, which I presume it is, then this exception provides ample time for out-of-state students to join the checklist just before an election and vote. So even from a pro-voter restriction standpoint, I feel that HB 323 is not ready for prime time. Please vote HB 323 an expedient to legislate to ensure the rights of many are not needlessly cast aside.
I accidentally shut you off. I apologize. I pressed the left button instead of the right button. I'm sorry. That was not intentional. That was never, as I said, never attribute to malice what can be attributed to incompetence. So, any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. And I do apologize about that. It was really not, I really feel bad about that. Last up is Mackenzie Taylor.
Good morning, and members of the committee. Mackenzie Taylor with America Votes and the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights. I'd like to start with a reminder that there is no evidence of voter fraud or widespread voter fraud in New Hampshire, and that we do have what is considered a strict voter ID law in New Hampshire, because when you go to obtain a ballot, you are required now to have an ID that has your name and photo on it. So what this bill will do by reducing the number of IDs that you can use is limit access to the ballot box for voters, because folks can be turned away simply because that they have the wrong kind of ID, not in even that they don't have an ID at all. Again, the purpose of showing an ID when you check in is to prove who you say you are with your name, matching name and photo. It is not to prove where you live or your domicile. That is a different barrier of proof that you do when you register to vote. And this bill removes not only IDs from states outside of New Hampshire and college IDs, but also public high school IDs. So for students, and there's more and more of them who turn 18, are looking to vote for the first time, but are not drivers, it also removes those the ability for those folks to use that ID to vote. Often I voted my first time when I was at my high school as a high school student, and those folks could no longer use their student ID for that reason. Finally, I know it was mentioned that you can get a free voter ID for folks who don't have other IDs in state. This is true, but folks do need to go to the DMV, which I believe I just looked it up. There are 12 locations across the state, and it's a multi-step process of going to a clerk's office and then a DMV. And for someone who potentially doesn't drive and they don't have a license, which is why they're getting one, that can be a high barrier. So the only outcome of this bill is likely that more folks will be turned away from voting at the polls, and turning away folks from voting actually reduces voter confidence instead of increases it. And with that, I am happy to take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. On the blue sheet, we had no in favor, 5 against. On, yes, sorry, did I miss your card? Sure. Yeah, just go ahead and say your name, and when you get done, fill out a pink card and send it up to me, please.
Jean Barnes, moderator, Ward 2 in Concord. I'm opposed to this bill. Something just occurred to me. In order for your name to be on a checklist, you have to fill out a registration form, which gives your name, your address, your driver's license, or your passport. It also requires you to declare if you're a citizen of the United States. you have to sign it, and the moderator, supervisor, the checklist, or an elected official has to sign it. There's one other point I'd like to make. On election day, a lot of people have to stand outside in the cold, sometimes the rain, sometimes the sleet, hail, summer heat, although we don't have elections in summer. They just want to come in, prove their identity, receive a ballot and a pencil, go into the voting place, vote, then put their ballot in the black box. That's all they want to do. A lot of times it takes less than the required time, but you have to keep the voters in mind as you look at these bills, and don't restrict their right to vote. Thank you.
Okay, will you be taking questions from the committee?
Sure.
Okay, seeing none, thank you. All right, back to wrapping this bill up here. I already read the blue sheet, and then online, so I don't forget again, we're on 323, yeah. 48 in support, 735 in opposition, 0 neutral, and with that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 323, and I will open the public hearing on House Bill 289, regarding domicile qualifications for voting. Recognize our own Representative Weary for the purpose of introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. For the record, my name is Robert Weary, and I have the privilege of representing Hillsborough District 13, great town of Hudson. I start off with an apology because I'll be speaking a little longer than normal, but this is to provide some background behind the modest changes this bill makes to the existing RSA. By way of introduction, just 9 days ago, we celebrated Groundhog's Day when Punxsutawney Phil joined the plethora of weather forecasters and attempted to forecast how long our winter would last. There was even a famous movie some years ago, Groundhog Day, starring Bill Murray. Why bring up this movie? Because for 18 months, for a full year and a half, I was the man in the plant at a manufacturing facility in Woodstock, Illinois. Woodstock just happens to be the location where much of that film was shot, and I met several of the Woodstock movie extras who appeared in that film. Why all this preamble? Well, I spent an extended period of time in Woodstock. Some might say I was domiciled there, but not really. I didn't pay for my housing, nor much of my food, nor for my transportation to, from, and around Woodstock. In other words, I was dependent to my employer to supply these basic needs. I filled out expense reports and was reimbursed by the company for these expenses. To the best of my recollection, I voted by absentee ballot in another state where I rented an apartment, and that apartment address was used for all the appropriate W-2 and other IRS tax forms. In thinking about my own history, it occurred to me that there might be others who are temporarily living in New Hampshire and who are dependents, I'm having trouble saying that word, temporarily absent from their primary residence. The IRS acknowledges such cases and notes in IRS Publication 501 that there are dependents who are temporarily absent from their primary address for the purposes of illness, education, business, vacation, military service, or detention in a juvenile facility. It includes an assumption that the dependent will return home after the temporary absence. So here we have a conundrum. If a dependent claims to have a domicile here in New Hampshire and votes here, per the federal tax requirements, they are stating that they do not intend to return home, but rather to stay in New Hampshire. If that is true, if they are emancipated from the person supporting them and they are paying their own way now, then the person who continues to list that dependent on the federal tax form is breaking federal tax law. On the other hand, if the custodian or guardian or parent of the dependent has a legitimate federal tax claim for the dependent, then the dependent is committing blatant voter fraud. Being the conscientious person that I am and wanting to look out for others, I do not want dependents or the person supporting them to be in any sort of legal bind, so the changes in Section 1 are offered for clarification. House Bill 289 also provides changes to Section 1A. Currently, the University System of New Hampshire has affidavit requirements for in-state tuition. RSA 187A:16, subsection 18 allows for a differential rate in tuition to be charged for in-state versus out-of-state students. Subsection 23 allows for those receiving the in-state tuition to execute an affidavit in order to obtain those in-state tuition rates. One example of the affidavit form, entitled Residency Statement for New Hampshire Residents, was provided on the university website, and several sections of this form are noted for consideration. At the top of the form, It states this form is only for those who have established a legal residency in New Hampshire at least 12 months or more. I'm not focusing on the 12 months, but focusing on the legal residency. My apologies, Chair, Mr. Chair. It goes on and it talks about eligibility for in-state tuition. And states explicitly if you are domiciled in New Hampshire. That means New Hampshire must be your true, fixed, and permanent home and place of habitation to the exclusion of all other places. And it goes on, that form goes on to state that dependent students, and explains that they must be able to claim dependency upon a New Hampshire resident's parents' federal tax forms. So, the University System of New Hampshire affidavit requires legal residency, an intent to remain in New Hampshire in compliance with applicable federal tax laws. This bill makes the residency requirements for students voting in New Hampshire overtly consistent with the residency requirements specified in the applicable RSA and administrative rules provided by the University System of New Hampshire. Finally, in the last section, section 1B, it's a new section that says intent to maintain a single continuous presence can be defined by a driver's license and by in-state motor vehicle registration. There is a proviso for non-resident motor vehicle registration, but that is under 26146 as opposed to 26145. And those people who have such a registration as non-residents would not be eligible to vote. So I would be glad to answer any questions, and I thank the committee for their patience in listening to this.
Questions from the committee? Representative Newsom.
Thank you very much, and thanks for taking my question. In regards to the changes to increase the residency to the 12 months per the UNH requirement, is that fall afoul of federal law saying that residency requirements can be capped at 30 days?
This is not, thank you for your question. I appreciate that. As I stated, I think earlier in my testimony, it was a long time ago, I know. The focus for noting the University System of New Hampshire is that they require a legal residency to be established. That's kind of proviso 1. And then they require the additional 12 months. I'm merely saying that they have to require that legal residency as defined by the University of New Hampshire, not the 12 months proviso. So that is not the requirement there. Thank you for your question.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Howard.
So I'm not sure if this is unintentional or not, but the and residency rules, as established by the University System of New Hampshire, the and really throws me off. So is that and intentional?
Thank you for your question. I would have to look at my original LSR submission and see if a change has been made by OLS, but I'll respond to that later on. I'll research that and see what I originally sent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Thank you for taking my question. Are you aware that there's a difference between domicile and legal residency?
It's my understanding under both House bill and court decisions that domicile and residency are equivalent.
I think we might want to, we're going to be looking at that question later.
I think we will be. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Lauren Banker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Lauren Banker. I have written testimony, actually, I'll give up first. Put it there?
On the table, because it ends up being like Mount Washington at the end of the day. Yes, we do have a card.
Thank you very much for hearing my testimony today. For the record, my name is Lauren Banker, and I serve as the Senior Director of Government Relations for the University System of New Hampshire. I want to speak to a few concerns that we have with the proposed legislation. Specifically, wanted to note that state law does grant the University System of New Hampshire Board of Trustees the authority to set policies and determine eligibility for in-state tuition rates. And at its most basic, which I think I've heard mentioned already, is the current requirement states that to be eligible for in-state tuition, a student or their parents must, 1, physically reside in the state for at least 12 consecutive months, and 2, must reside in New Hampshire for some purpose other than obtaining an education. We think that the proposed legislation tying the right to vote with a residency requirement established by a third party, in this case, the University System of New Hampshire, for the purpose of a very different purpose in the sense that it creates a tuition differential. We think that there's confusion there and there's hesitation there, especially if a student at a private New Hampshire college or university could vote in New Hampshire after living here for less than a year, whereas a student at a USNH institution would not be afforded that same right. Additionally, one other piece is from a privacy perspective, in-state residency status is not a directory of information that we could share or release to town or city officials for voter registration. So looking at the bill, we're specifically asking that the line 16, page 1, 16 through 17, paragraph 2 is removed, specifically stating and residency rules as established by the University System of New Hampshire. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Further questions? Are there questions from the committee? Representative Lane?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So you don't have any testimony with regard to the other on lines 9, 10, and 11? I just want to be clear.
Correct. Yeah, we're just here speaking more in line with, yeah. Thank you for your question. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is
Thank you.
Representative Timothy Horgan.
Just very quickly, just as it was just pointed out before, from a fiscal point, that would be disaster if the University System of New Hampshire, if they had to tie the residency rules to voting. The residency rules for tuition are based on where you lived before you enrolled the university. Eligibility to vote is based on where you're living at the time. So students or residents of if they live in a place like Durham, like going to school, they're residents of Durham. They're eligible to claim the domicile just like any other citizen. So just in terms, that's very discriminatory. It probably would not pass muster under either the U.S. or state constitutions, and it's fundamentally unfair. And also, voting is a good habit. Good habits in adult life are often formed while you're in college, and so this is something we should be discouraging people from doing. And I know you can say, well, they can vote absentee, but then there's an attack on the right to absentee voting too. So absentee voting, it's already not that simple, and it'd be even less simple. So I would just say this is an unfair bill. It's unconstitutional. There's no reason to pursue it. So I would urge you to ITL it. And I'll also add, in a previous life, I worked for the Census Bureau, and one of the major things we do during the decennial census is sort out all the duplicate entries from young people who are enumerated at their college dorm or other residence near college, and who are counted at their parents' house, quote unquote, back home. And actually, it's the record for the person from back home, which is a duplicate, which needs to be taken out. And so that's one of the major. The Census Bureau actually goes a lot of effort to take any college students who are counted at their parents' house out, because they are, in fact, not residents of where their parents live, but the residents of where they live. So I would urge you for many reasons to ITL this bill. So thanks. I'd be happy to take any questions if anybody wants them.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Next up is Lucas Coriati, excuse me.
Oh, you got it the second time.
Yeah, I realized how bad I butchered it. Like karate, like a martial arts, and definitely not it. All right, you're up. Welcome back. Oh man, he wants more. Okay, all right.
The red is on. Oh, there we go. It sounds like it's on. Anyway, listen, I don't have a prepared statement for this one, but when I saw it on the docket, I figured I ought to come back up. And I really think it's a bad idea to tie the UNH system residency requirements, which are specifically for in-state tuition, tying these tax requirements and billing requirements to the fundamental right to vote. And again, it's been pointed out that the "and" is problematic there. But the determination of domicile on the university system website, and that's section 4, number 6.1. I don't know how to say that, but it says will not be eligible unless he has been domiciled within New Hampshire for 12 consecutive months. I don't know a single student who is domiciled in at UNH for 12 consecutive months. And if you add in that, basically what you're doing is bumping up the age to vote at UNH to 19. And that's not even counting in the folks who are at residence halls for several years, which many of us are. And the last thing is it's a requirement at the University of New Hampshire and university system schools that all freshmen must be domiciled on campus the first year. It's an exclusionary bill that takes out a huge slice of voters, and I get that they tend to be partisan left. They tend to be, but you know what? That could flip someday, and I see no reason to set a precedent where we cut out a large population of young voters simply because of who they tend to vote for.
Will you be taking questions from the committee?
Oh, I'll try.
Okay, all right. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Howard.
Thank you for taking my question. Do you see the possibility of the creation of two separate classes of voters, ones who live in residence halls and ones who rent property nearby on campus?
Well, you know what? The biggest thing I'd point out is that at the Memorial Union Building, the MUB, we call it at UNH, every student has a specific mailbox where they get mail. And their address on that government-issued mailbox is Durham, New Hampshire. And that's not even talking about the folks who reside off of campus who have their own address. You would think everybody would be covered there, but it seems to be, that somebody's looking for an exclusion here. And I get that it's supposed to fix a discrepancy, but I just don't see it here.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee members? Representative Toner? No one gets asked questions like this. I don't know why the committee loves you. I don't know.
Thank you. I just had a question. Are you aware that a PO box, does that establish residence? Because that's what the Granite State Square Station addresses are, a PO box, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact classification of the law. I don't think a single student does on campus. But once again, what I'm speaking out against is exclusion here due to residency on campus, which is in UNH, in New Hampshire, where we work, intern, and contribute to the community.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Is the UNH lobbyist still here, or did she depart? She left. She left? Okay. I had a question. Last up is Mackenzie Taylor. Representative Kwiatkowski, can you grab the blue sheet for me?
Good morning, still morning. Members of the committee, Mackenzie Taylor with America Votes and the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights. Just step back a second and remind folks that, again, the definition of domicile for voting purposes is where folks live and conduct their civic life. This is a definition about the voters themselves. It's not about their relatives, how they're paying taxes. It's about where they live in New Hampshire and that they are conducting their civil life in New Hampshire. Everyone who's voting is required to be 18 years old. These are adults who are living in New Hampshire, and if someone is, people are talking about living on campus, that campus address itself, the physical dorm room, would be their domicile for voters who are claiming that, whether they came in and lived in Dover previously and moved to Durham or somewhere else, that room is their domicile if that is where they're voting in New Hampshire. We also are opposing this bill, we're opposing this bill generally because of the conflating domicile in New Hampshire for voting purposes and the definition of residency by the university system. That definition of residency is also totally different than saying getting a driver's license. It is much stricter. It is a much longer term process. And this is different than the constitutional requirement to vote in New Hampshire being domicile. And it is different than the process of, say, getting, again, a New Hampshire ID, moving here and conducting your life here. And therefore, we would be removing folks from being able to vote generally because they are not meeting very specific terms of university system domicile. And finally, I wanted to note that subparagraph about students and the university system requirements seems to not acknowledge the existence of private universities. So, for example, St. Anselm College, those students are able to, again, if they are domiciled in New Hampshire, vote there, but those are not students who are counted as either having in-state tuition or not because they do not go to a public university but have the same rights as other voters in New Hampshire. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Last up is Representative Palazzo. I apologize, Representative. I didn't see a card from you, so I don't like to let the I don't like to make the reps wait.
No worries. For the record, Representative Yuri Polozov representing Merrimack 10, Hooksett and Dunbarton, and my constituents asked me to support this bill because a lot of confusion around residency and domicile as it relates to college students, and this bill will help to protect college students but also their parents because the situation as is, there was allegations that if parents file for their New Hampshire voting resident students out of state as legal dependents, that the committing IRS fraud. So it would be beneficial for parents, and it would be beneficial for students for clarity where the domicile, and universities where intellectuals are. So let's us trust the university system of New Hampshire and the residency rules they have already established. And a couple of questions. So regarding the end at line 16, I believe and is essential for this bill to have the effect intended, and line 14 already has may, so I think and is essential. There were questions about 12 consecutive months, so Prime Sponsor said that the bill doesn't have it and it's not his intention, so if committee feels that we need to put some amendment to clarify that 12 consecutive months, or generally like time residency requirement is not the intention of proposed restriction, I think that amendment could be made. And lastly, there were allegations that this bill affects right to vote. Absolutely not. No, it just vote where you reside. If you are a resident of another state, vote absentee in the state where you reside. Thank you. Yeah, yes.
Will you be taking questions from the committee?
Yeah,
Are
yes.
there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 289. The blue sheet was 0 in support, 7 opposed, signed up who did not speak. Online was 47 in support, 674 in opposition. I'm going to close the public hearing on 689, and I'm going to open the public hearing on House Bill 385 FN, re-establishing voter identification exceptions, and I will recognize Representative Lane for the purpose of introduction. Representative Lane, have you spoken on the? Have you introduced a bill yet this year?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right. I was going to do the welcome to election law, but apparently you've already been welcomed. My apologies.
Last time, last week. So, for the record, I'm Representative Connie Lane, and I represent Merrimack District 16, which is also Ward 2 in Concord. This bill repeals the now infamous HB 1569, which was adopted last year. HB 1569 upended the voting process in New Hampshire, enacting one of the most restrictive voting laws in the United States. No state has successfully done what HB 1569 does by requiring documentary proof of citizenship to register to vote without an affidavit option. Federal courts have weighed in on this issue, previously determined that a similar Kansas law, which imposed a proof of citizenship requirement for state and federal elections, violated both the U.S. Constitution and National Voter Registration Act of 1993. The court found that the state's interest did not outweigh the disenfranchisement of 31,000 citizens of that state. That's how many voters were denied voting in an election once the law was passed. The same will be found true here. At the end of the current lawsuit challenging HB 1569, a lawsuit that will probably cost the taxpayers millions of dollars. I have put I tried to put a copy online of the original filing of in that lawsuit in the district court, but it was so big it wouldn't take it. So I'll figure that out later. But anyway, just to let you know, before 1569, a person registering to vote who did not have certain documentation could sign a sworn statement at the polls to cast their ballot. But under HB 1569, that option is removed, leading to eligible voters getting turned away at the polls and leaving them wholly unable to vote. Despite the proven accuracy, reliability, and security of New Hampshire's elections, HB 1569 introduced fundamental changes to the state's election law that make it materially harder, if not impossible, for thousands of New Hampshire citizens to exercise their right to vote. Changes that violate both the First and 14th Amendments of the U.S. Constitution. HB 1569 requires documentary proof of citizenship for registrants. Such documentary proof would require a birth certificate, a passport, or naturalization papers. However, not all qualified individuals possess these types of documents or keep them readily available, and obtaining them can be expensive and time-consuming. It could cost up to $100 to obtain a birth certificate, up to $600 to obtain citizenship papers, and $150 to get a passport. And all three take months to obtain. Most people cannot afford these fees. The average New Hampshire citizen does not have enough savings to cover $400 of unexpected fees. HB 1569 also violates the Constitution in another way. Under law before HB 1569, a prospective voter who is already registered, but whose eligibility is nevertheless challenged by a peer voter, was permitted to cast a challenge voter affidavit, sworn under the penalties of fraud and perjury. HB 1569 entirely removes the right to vote by challenge voter affidavit for these voters who have already registered and established their eligibility. Many of them would not have documentary proof of citizenship with them on election day to rebut a surprise challenge to their qualifications. I don't know about you, but I don't carry my passport around. 1569 was enacted despite broad skepticism about its utility and constitutionality. When introducing the bill to the Senate on April 23rd, 2024, Representative Lynn admitted that it was not addressing a present problem with voter fraud in New Hampshire, stating, "Do I think there's a huge issue of voter fraud in New Hampshire? No, I don't, because I think if there was here, we would know it." On April 30th, 2024, Senator Gray expressed doubts about the constitutionality of HB 1569, stating that he told the bill's sponsor, which is Representative Lynn, that I don't think that we can withstand the court challenge the way the bill was written. Senator Gray even attempted to introduce a similar bill, House Bill 1370, to remedy his concerns about HB 1569's unconstitutionality. But that alternative bill, I know you want me to talk, but I'm going to keep going. But that alternative bill was tabled by the House. At a hearing on his proposed alternative bill, Senator Gray conceded that the New Hampshire has not had a lot of people who have been prosecuted for voter fraud. At a committee of conference, Senator Scanlon recognized the burdens that 1569 put on citizens. In his testimony, he estimated that removing the qualified voter affidavit for citizenship would affect tens of thousands of voters who could not otherwise be quickly verified as being previously registered through the centralized voter database. I urge you to repeal 1569 before our state spends millions of dollars on legal fees to defend its constitutionality, which its own sponsors are on record doubting. This bill is not designed to reduce fraud. It is designed to disenfranchise voters with no evidence or data to back it up. There is no good reason to erect barriers that will stop tens of thousands of voters from participating in their democracy. Please repeal this bill, and if we need to amend our voter qualifications, let's do it thoughtfully and not the way that this was handled last year. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Kristen Evans. On deck after that will be Sarah Chenard. Oh, and Representative Lang, if you could fill out a pink card for me.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 385. For the record, my name is Kristen Evans, and I am the Director of Policy for ABLE New Hampshire. ABLE is a disability justice organization, and we are a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that fights for the civil and human rights of children and adults with disabilities. I am here today because New Hampshire's voter registration laws are failing people with disabilities. I urge you to support HB 385 because it is not just a policy change. It is a necessary correction to an unjust system that has denied far too many people their fundamental right to vote. Right now, people with disabilities are being disenfranchised simply because they cannot easily obtain the paperwork the state demands. Many cannot drive, so they don't have a license. Others face insurmountable barriers to accessing birth certificates or other documentation. Barriers made worse by financial limitations, mobility challenges, and bureaucratic red tape. Under current law, these citizens, our neighbors, our veterans, our seniors, are effectively shut out of the democratic process. That is voter suppression, plain and simple. The numbers prove it. According to the U.S. Election Assistance Commission, 11% of voters with disabilities reported difficulties voting in 2020, nearly 3 times the rate of non-disabled voters. A Rutgers University study found that voter turnout for people with disabilities lags behind their non-disabled peers by 5.7% points. That gap represents millions of voices silenced, not because they don't care, but because the system is designed to make it harder for them to participate. HB 385 restores the use of the qualified voter affidavit, ensuring that no one is denied the right to vote simply because they lack the right paperwork. It maintains election integrity while making our democracy more accessible. This is not a partisan issue. This is about whether we believe in a government that truly represents all of its people. New Hampshire has a choice. We can continue to allow outdated laws to disenfranchise disabled voters, or we can choose fairness, inclusion, and democracy. I urge you to vote yes on HB 385. The voices of the people with disabilities matter, their votes matter, and their rights must be protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you be taking questions from the committee?
Sure.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. In the voters who felt disfranchised with disabilities and whatnot, do you know what percentage of them were kind of accessibility issues, access to the voting area, accessibilities in terms of being able to vote in that capability, and then the identification aspect that this bill pertains to? Do you know how those voters that you said were disenfranchised, where that fits in here?
Thank you for the question. I don't have actual numbers on me currently, but I can absolutely get those numbers to you by the end of the day. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Representative Timothy Horgan.
Thank you very much. I'm Representative Timothy Horgan from Stratford County District 6, the town of Durham. And I don't know if it's helpful or not, but to point this out, but I am one of the co-sponsors of the bill. So I'm very glad that Representative Lane stepped forward and did a better job of introducing it than I might have. I just want to add, well, one key thing is the list of who's on the voter list and list of who actually voted, that's a public record. So your name and address and other information is there. So if there's a large number of fictitious or or people who don't exist or people who live in another state or so forth, that's something that can easily be verified. And in fact, voting when you're not eligible to vote is a crime. It's potentially, in many cases, a felony. So it's not something that people would want to do casually. It's a high risk voting's important, but still there's a low payout for it. So then one of the reasons why so few people are actually caught under this law, it's not because the state isn't looking for them. The Secretary of State's office and the Attorney General's office actually put a lot of effort into detecting illegal voters. It's because not that many people take the risk. And as for out-of-state voters, I said it's a felony. Most people live out of state, would rather vote in their own state's election. They don't really care that much about ours. So I would say that's one reason why this bill is unnecessary, as well as the fact that many people, well, especially the disabled, it's particularly different. Many people don't necessarily have all the necessary documents, at hand immediately on election day, but they still want to go vote. And I think they should be allowed to vote. And if they're doing so illegally, they will be caught, and they'll probably be caught in due course and subject to fairly severe penalties. So I would say, and I guess the flip side of that is, there's always a so-called sufficiently determined person argument, especially here in gun bills. Anything that's with guns, you always say, well, a sufficiently determined person can still get a gun, which is, but the same thing is true of this. A sufficiently determined person could probably use someone else's identification or forged identification. So this doesn't stop the mythical sufficiently motivated person. It just, but it does stop.
Representative, I'm going to have to ask you to bring your remarks to a conclusion.
Oh,
your time has expired.
I used up my 2 minutes. Yes. So I would just say this, this bill is this is a good bill. So I'm so used to testifying against bad bills. This is a good bill. I think it corrects a mistake that was made last year. And so we should pass the bill. So there's every citizen has the right to vote.
Will you be taking questions from the committee?
Sure, if anybody
Are there
has
questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is David Trumbull from where?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is David Trumbull. I'm from the town of Ware. I support this bill. Sometimes it takes a great deal of wisdom to acknowledge when an error has been made, and passing 1569 last year was an error. The room was filled with people who came in last year to testify against the bill, telling you all kinds of circumstances in which people can't access those documents on voting day and would lose their right to vote. You heard the stories about people whose house were on fire and many, many stories from town clerks all around the state. The statistics were also offered last time that between 1 to 4,000 voters in the 2020 and 2022 elections were disenfranchised because if it would have been disenfranchised if they could not have put an affidavit forward. As has been testified in other voting bills, New Hampshire is the 50th most difficult state to vote in. We don't have a voter fraud problem. There was no reason to take 4,000 people and say, we don't want you to participate in our elections anymore. As for the proof of citizenship papers, the Brennan Center for Justice did a report just last year called Millions of Americans Don't Have Documents Proving Their Citizenship Readily Available. Almost 22 million Americans, 9% of American citizens, don't have proof of citizenship readily available. And 3.8 million, which is more than 1%, don't have these documents at all because they have been lost, destroyed, or stolen. There's no way you can get those documents in time if they were lost or destroyed without the lag time for you to get a citizenship paper or to get an out-of-state birth certificate or file for a passport. Why would we want to tell thousands of New Hampshire people you can't vote just because of circumstances beyond your control? It takes wisdom to admit we were wrong. We all want people to participate in our democracy, no matter what party they're from. Thank you.
Perfect. Would you be taking questions from the committee, Mr. Trumbull?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Matt Mushian from 603 Forward.
Good morning, Chairman Barry, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Matt Mushian. I live in Claremont, and I serve as the Advocacy and Engagement Director for 603 Forward, a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization dedicated to educating, activating, and empowering young people in New Hampshire. Here today to testify in support of House Bill 385, which would restore New Hampshire's longstanding, secure, and accessible voter registration process. This legislation ensures that every voter, regardless of age, background, or life circumstance, has a fair and reasonable opportunity to register and cast their ballot. You've heard from other speakers today, so I'll summarize, but New Hampshire has historically set a gold standard for election integrity and accessibility of our elections. For years, voters who lacked documents at the time of registration could sign a sworn affidavit under a penalty of perjury that they have their eligibility verified through existing safeguards. This system worked, it was secure, efficient, and upheld folks' right to vote. But under the restrictive system in place today, New Hampshire has now one of the most burdensome voter registration processes in the country. The impact of these restrictions is real. Young people and new residents often do not have immediate access to documents like birth certificates or passports, making it harder for them to register. I would also add that election officials across our political spectrum agree that New Hampshire elections are safe and secure already. And if this body is serious about election security, we could prioritize some much more proactive reforms. But today I ask you to support House Bill 385 as a common sense solution to restore a proven, secure voter registration process in New Hampshire.
Cool.
And I would take any questions.
Will you be taking questions? No? All right. Awesome. Thank you. I think you have the record for shortest speaker of the day. Just
try to keep it
FYI,
quick for you.
which is I consider that to be the ultimate award. But next up is Sarah Chenard, and then last up will be Olivia Zink.
Hello, I'm Sarah Chenard. I'm with the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights and America Votes, and we are here in support of HB 385. HB 385 would restore a critical safeguard for voters in New Hampshire by repealing HB 1569, a law that created unnecessary barriers to voter registration. This bill ensures that eligible voters are not turned away simply because they lack immediate access to specific documents. For decades, New Hampshire has allowed voters to register by signing a sworn affidavit under penalty of perjury if they did not have proof of identity, age, citizenship, or domicile. That system worked. There was never any evidence of fraud or misuse. Passing HB 1569 upended that system, forcing voters to provide specific documents that many do not carry with them or may struggle to obtain. There are many problems with HB 1569, but I want to focus on its requirement for documentary proof of citizenship. It is not difficult to imagine that many voters do not have a birth certificate, passport, or naturalization papers readily available. Acquiring these documents can be a long and costly process, especially for voters who were born outside of New Hampshire and cannot acquire a birth certificate in state, or those who have changed their names and do not have their current name on a birth certificate. HB 385 corrects this mistake and ensures that all eligible Granite Staters can exercise their right to vote. I'll take questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Last up was Olivia Zink. Representative Guskowski, can you grab that blue sheet for me? Ms. Zink, if you want to put we're doing written testimony on the desk now to stop the stack.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Barry and members of the Election Law. For the record, I'm Olivia Zink, Executive Director of Open Democracy, and I live in Franklin, and I'm testifying in support of House Bill 385. This legislation would reinstate citizens' ability to register to vote. Right now, you can, for identity, age, citizenship, or domicile. I'll just say I'm 44 years old. My birth certificate is still in my baby book at my mom's house. She hasn't given me the document yet. So at least I know where my birth certificate is. It's at my mom's house. But some of us might be estranged from our parents and not have access to our birth certificate. It's important that we think about all voters. What about a voter who might have had a flood or a fire, or maybe a homeless voter that may not have access to those documents? There are many reasons why you might not have a passport, such as the cost. So I think it's important that these voters still have the right to vote in our New Hampshire Constitution, Part 2, Article 11. Also, this House Bill 1569 disenfranchises and creates barriers to registration. I do have the data from the November 5th, 2024 election. There were 347 people who didn't have identification when they were voting. 347. This is in a January 2nd letter from the Secretary of State's office. So the vast majority of voters, at least in my polling place, had to sign an affidavit. More than 50% of voters had to sign an affidavit registering to vote for the first time. Most of the time it was because they forgot citizenship paperwork. Most people don't show up with nothing. They show up with their driver's license or maybe a utility bill. But there's 4 things people have to prove, and not everyone shows up with all of that paperwork. So I think it's important for us to ensure that every Granite Stater can vote. So please support this with an ought to pass.
1 second left. You get the award for closest, but not going over. It is Price is Right rules if I've established. We would take questions, Ms. Zink. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. On the blue sheet, there were 10 in support, 1 opposed. Online, it was 332 support, 72 opposed, 1 neutral. And with that, oops, crying my gavel. With that, I will close the public hearing for House Bill 385 FN and open the public hearing for House Bill 618. Enables election officials to verify the single use of an out-of-state driver's license presented when a person votes by using the centralized voter registration database. And I will recognize our own Representative C for the purpose of introduction. And Representative C, you have not spoken to us yet, so welcome to election law.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Election Law Committee. I'm Representative Alvin C. of Loudon and representing 8 towns in Merrimack District 26. Today I'm here to introduce House Bill 618. an act enabling election officials to verify single use of an out-of-state driver's license when a person votes using the centralized voter ID system. For this bill, we are assuming a person may have recently just moved to New Hampshire and not yet had an opportunity to get their driver's license exchanged for a New Hampshire driver's license or to get their non-driver's ID. This bill would allow such a person to vote in their new hometown even when using their out-of-state driver's license as identification. This person would still need to confirm their new residence and show they are indeed voting in the correct town or ward. As a single use of their now out-of-state identification, the supervisor's checklist should point out to this voter that they will not be permitted to vote at any subsequent election in New Hampshire without getting a New Hampshire's driver's license or ID card. This bill provides a helpful grace period for a new resident rather than an inflexible ban on use of an out-of-state driver's license or ID. Thank you for considering this bill, and I will take questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I only have one other card signed up to speak. It's Miss Olivia Zink. So Representative Scott, you grab the English, the blue sheet, please. That was a command to myself to speak English. And with that, thank you, Ms. Zink.
So I'm Olivia Zink, Executive Director of Open Democracy, but I also serve as a city councilor, which makes me a selectman in my polling location. And I was asked by the Peabody Home, which is the nursing home in our town, to help wheel in elderly voters at the state primary. And at the state primary, I wheeled in an elderly voter who had a Maine driver's license because she's at the nursing home in Franklin, but has a Maine driver's license and voted in the state primary. So if we pass this legislation, we would tell this voter that they would not have to go to the DMV and get a New Hampshire driver's license, even though they're not driving because they're in a wheelchair, and I don't know how they're going to get down to Concord to get a new driver's license. And they're going to have to do that between the state primary and the general election. So I think that there are other circumstances. I understand what the representative is saying is if a person is moving into the state, they have one time to vote and then they get a new driver's license. That makes sense for most people who are moving to the state and establishing residence. But there are some circumstances like this resident who voted in my town in a nursing home. And I don't know that you're really going to want a 90-year-old to go get a new driver's license. Probably means that 90-year-old will not have a constitutional right to vote. Happy to take a question.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Weary.
So there are, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Ms. Singh. There are carve-outs elsewhere for elderly voters. You'd be okay with this as long as there was an appropriate carve-out for the elderly voters then?
I think that voter is a one circumstance, but I think you'd want to think about all of the different people who might, like a military voter, for example, isn't required to get a new driver's license every place they move. So if they're deployed and are here for a period of time, they could use a military ID or their driver's license from another state. So I think there are other circumstances where people do vote using out-of-state IDs that we do allow. So you want to think about what are all those circumstances. This was one story and one example of the elderly voter at a nursing home, but I think there are military voters and there might be other voters that have other circumstances why they may use an out-of-state ID. So if you do one carve out, you should do it for all voters. Thank you.
Representative Muirhead.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. My understanding is that the only function of a photo ID when a voter presents themselves to the ballot clerk on voting day is to prove that the person is the person who they say they are. Is that your understanding?
Correct. That is my understanding. Proving identity. So their name and their photo.
Follow up.
Follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking the follow-up question. Given that every state in the country now uses real ID compliant driver's licenses, is there any reason to think that a driver's license from any of the 49 other states of this great country would prove somebody's identity in a less reliable way than a New Hampshire driver's license would prove their identity?
No.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is David Trumbull from where?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is David Trumbull from the town of Ware. I do oppose this bill. I certainly understand that if a person, let's say they leave college or maybe they go somewhere else to get a job and they're settling down in Minnesota, or were in Minnesota, they came to New Hampshire. At some point, they need to establish that New Hampshire is their home. But I haven't heard anybody address how this would affect the college students that we were talking about earlier. Because if you, let's say you live in Massachusetts, that's where you grew up, you come to UNH or St. A's or someplace to go to school here, you have an out-of-state driver's license, you can use that to identify yourself one time. So let's suppose you're a very active person. You go to the primary, you want to go to your local elections every single year in March because you think what's going on at the local level matters to you. You got state elections every 2 years. During your 4 years of college, you could easily vote several times. But this would say you can't vote in New Hampshire unless you get a driver's license in New Hampshire. And that doesn't seem to be any justifiable reason to put that restriction on people. They are living here for 8 or 9 months of the year. This is where they live. The laws we pass affect them very directly. They should be allowed to conduct their civic life voting in New Hampshire. So the one-time rule doesn't work for college students, nor would it work, obviously, for military people or for elderly people. It's well-intentioned to catch that person who moves in from Minnesota or Arkansas, but there's better ways to do that than to take away people's fundamental right to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you be taking questions?
Yes, sir.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
You're welcome.
With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 618. There were 0 in support here, 6 opposed, and online there were 41 in support, 220 opposed, and 3 neutral. I'm going to open the notice executive session for the House Bills 269. I'm going to recognize, let me read the title. Relative to the date for correction of the voter checklist, I'm going to recognize Representative Weary for a motion.
Move ought to pass.
Is there a second? Representative Purdue O'Brien seconds. Is there discussion on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 269 relative to the date of the correction for the voter checklist?
I'll just,
No. Is there discussion?
just noting it's basically a housekeeping bill to clear up a legacy use of the word Saturday that was expunged from the RSA in earlier bills.
And further discussion on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 269? Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Okay, Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Perdoma Bryan.
Yes.
Representative Burnham, yes. Representative Wary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Harvey Bolia.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Gozowski.
Yes.
Representative Toner.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Gilmore.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
Yes.
Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Wilhelm.
Yes.
Representative Newsom.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
And Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. With that, the motion of ought to pass carries on a vote of 18-0. Is there any objection to this bill being placed on the consent calendar? Hearing none, the bill will be placed on consent calendar. I will close the executive session for House Bill 269. I'm going to announce the recessing of House Bills, noticed sessions for House Bill 158 relative to the public inspection of absentee ballot lists, as well as House Bill 217 relative to absentee ballots. We still have 2 minutes, so let's grind out one more. Let's just go with trying to find one that'll be fast. Yeah, I'm recessing 686. So yeah, I'm going to announce the recess of 686. And I will open up the executive session for House Bill 608, requiring moderators to inspect absentee ballot affidavits for full execution, including the use of a notary, election officer, or other person authorized by law to administer oaths. I will recognize Representative Lane for a motion.
I move to ITL this bill.
Representative Lane moves inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 608. Is there a second? Representative Ward seconds. Is there any discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate? Seeing none, are you ready for the question?
Yes.
And clerk will call the roll.
Thank you for your patience. Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Perdomo O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Burnham, yes. Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Harvey Bolia,
Yes.
Representative C,
Yes.
Representative Gozowski,
Yes.
Representative Toner,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Gilmore,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Wilhelm,
Yes.
Representative Newsom,
Yes.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. With that, the motion of inexpedient to legislate carries on a vote of 18-0. It can be placed on the consent calendar. Is there objection to the bill being placed on consent calendar? Hearing none, the bill will be placed on consent calendar and expedient to legislate. Representative Lane, who will be responsible for the report?
Excuse me, point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure that it can go on consent because it's a.
It's inexpedient to legislate.
Oh, okay.
It's a negative
Thank you.
motion. So, Representative Lane, who will be responsible for the report? Me. Okay. And then Representative Weary, you'll be responsible for the report on 269. Okay.
Understood.
With that, I will see you guys back at 1 o'clock. So I'm going to recess our executive session. I'll see you guys at 1 o'clock for hearings.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here. In the momentary absence of our chairman, as vice chairman, I'm going to fill in and open the public hearing on HB 365. Is there someone here to introduce the bill? I don't see the sponsor. It is 1 o'clock. So I'm going to ask that Representative Toner come to the microphone and just give a brief introduction of the bill, and we'll proceed.
Hello, I'm Representative Travis Toner from Belmont. I'd like to introduce House Bill 365 FN. Relative to this bill provides for a procedural for local election officials and the Secretary of State to verify the citizenship of the voter who does not have documentary proof of citizenship. This bill also creates a voucher program for local election officials to give indigent voters who cannot afford cost of obtaining birth certificate. Requires the Secretary of State to reimburse the municipality for issuance of such vouchers and makes an appropriation thereof. And I will not be taking questions. I hope I did it right.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, next we'll move on to witnesses, and I will ask Secretary of State David Scanlon to share his thoughts with us. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State, and I'm here to generally support this bill. There is no question that in the last session of the legislature, the requirements for registering to vote tightened up quite a bit, where prospective voters are now required to provide documents that show qualifications, including qualifications for citizenship. That is also an issue that has taken on some significance nationally, where many states are concerned with the citizenship verification issue. And there has been greater demands placed on the federal government agencies who have databases that house citizenship information, to make that information available to the states so that they can do a better job verifying checklists. This bill is specific to individuals that are indigent, that may have trouble finding their citizenship documentation. Frankly, I think the issue is broader than that there may be individuals that might need help who are not indigent. And I think that should be a consideration when you're discussing this bill. At the Secretary of State level, I've been working with other secretaries trying to get the federal agencies to be a little bit more proactive and helpful in terms of making the information in their citizenship databases more readily available for this purpose. And hopefully we will make some success there. In terms of the fiscal note and the requirement that the Secretary of State reimburse municipalities for vouchers that are issued to obtain birth certificate information, I think that's a positive thing. I will say that the Division of Vital Records is within the Secretary of State's office, and those documents are issued from Vital Records, and we actually bill the towns when they issue birth certificates and things like that. So we may be able to just give a waiver or something instead of having a policy of reimbursement. So with all of that said, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Wood?
I don't know if this came up in your discussion. Oh, first of all, thank you for taking my question. What is the cost for this roughly? I noticed we talk about indigent and there's no definition. I'm assuming that they just have to claim to be indigent. Could you answer that question? How do you claim, how do you make this claim? How do you define it? Thank you.
we have a great example right now with voter ID. If a voter who does not have a driver's license or a non-driver ID issued by DMV, a person who is indigent can go to the clerk and assert that they do not have either of those two IDs, and the clerk will issue a voucher for that voter to go to DMV and obtain an ID for voting purposes only. And in that case, the Secretary of State will reimburse the Division of Motor Vehicles for the production of that ID. It is used very, very, very infrequently. Most people have the ID that they need for that purpose. This may be a little bit different, and I don't know how many people might want to exercise the voucher process, but to the extent that other individuals may also need this help, the Secretary of State's office may require some resources to help cover the costs of paying for the searches that are done at the federal level, and designating someone to go through that process. We want people to go through the exercise of showing that they're qualified to be a voter. We don't want that process to be onerous, and to the extent that we can be helpful, I think we should be.
Follow-up, yes.
Thank you for the follow-up. Thank you for answering the question better than I posed it. What do you estimate the cost for one person to get this information? Do you have a rough idea?
Not a good idea, but what I can tell you is that there are federal agencies now that will look up citizenship information upon request, but there's a fee that goes along with that. So I think might be between $3 and $4 for each search that they do.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Lane?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Do other states have a similar requirement to this?
Other states require that voters provide documentation. More and more states are including citizenship in that. I know that the law that passed in New Hampshire is maybe stricter than most, but I know that there are many states that are dealing with this issue.
Can I have a follow-up, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Last session, a similar bill was brought in for Roman numeral 2, which is lines 3 through 15, and it became apparent that the types of databases and the sharing of that information was not up and running, so to speak. And it sounded like you're saying that it's still not up and running. Did I misunderstand, or is that the case?
No, that is the case. There is no single database that a person can go to and get citizenship information from citizens of the United States. There are 3 or 4 federal agencies that have citizenship information. They have different requirements to be able to get that information from them. And so there really does need to be a coordinated effort if documentation is going to be required at the state level to prove citizenship, to have the feds help make that information more readily available. And that is an ongoing process.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Perdomo Brian?
Thank you, sir. I want to follow up on a question that was just asked about the cost of getting non-driver identification. So if a person is, this is bothering me, it's right in my face. If a person is unable to afford getting an ID, they just simply would make that known to the clerk, and then the clerk would tell you, and then you wouldn't be charging them for it. So there's not an onerous procedure for this person to go through to prove that they don't have the funding to pay for that. Is that how it is?
So right now with proving identity for obtaining a ballot at the polling place, an indigent person who does not have any form of photo ID, doesn't have a driver's license or a non-driver ID, can go to the clerk and say, I can't afford this, getting this ID card. I do not have a driver's license. I do not have a non-driver ID. And they assert that to the clerk. The clerk can then issue a voucher that individual can take with them to any motor vehicle office and have that ID produced for them for no charge. But then the Secretary of State, honoring that voucher, will be assessed by the DMV. I think it's $10 or so for each ID that's issued.
Representative Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Without the definition of a clear definition of indigent, as Representative Wood indicated, so if this is for proving citizenship, and they can't afford to get the documentation to prove citizenship, wouldn't that, by implication, define the indigent to be whatever is the most expensive route to get the proof of citizenship? So if you can't afford that, then you're indigent.
That's a good question. I think it's a debatable definition. One thing I should say is that this voucher system that is in this bill would only work for citizens who were born in New Hampshire. I don't think the state of Pennsylvania is going to honor a voucher from a New Hampshire town clerk. So that's important. And that's why I suggested at the very beginning that this issue is broader than just defining indigency. There are going to be individuals, no matter what, that may have trouble coming up with documents that they may have lost, got burned up in a fire, or a wide variety of things that I think we're going to have to be willing to help those individuals with.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Thank you. And thank you again for taking my question. Is this more of a policy decision for the legislature to make?
Is this a policy decision? Yes.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. A pleasure as always. Calling the next witness, Iris L. Tilio. Iris? Oh, you know what? I had the wrong, you're right. Thank you very much.
I don't have to do this.
Another one for 472. Okay, back on track. Next witness, Mackenzie Taylor. Ms. Taylor?
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Mackenzie Taylor with New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights and America Votes, and we are testifying in opposition to House Bill 365. This bill attempts to create a system that would assist voters in providing citizenship. However, as we've already heard, this is not a system that is going to be foolproof, and the best way to ensure that no voter is turned away for lack of citizenship documents specifically is to bring back the affidavit process and let voters attest to their citizenship by signing a sworn affidavit. As far as I understand, no other state requires physical documentary proof of citizenship when registering. There are other states that once folks are registered, they might look backwards and try to confirm that citizenship, but New Hampshire is the only state where when you are registering, you need to have that document or be turned away. I know also that I think it's upwards of 80% of voters in New Hampshire, probably changes a little bit via which election, register in person at the polls on election day, where even in the bill it says it's probably not likely that we are able to take the time to find the citizenship proof for most of those voters. Big concern about having required documentary proof of citizenship is folks having to get to the polls with that passport or birth certificate with them, and then be it takes an hour, 2 hours, days to find their citizenship in those federal or state databases. That is not going to happen on election day, and those folks are therefore going to be turned away. This doesn't solve the issue of people not realizing that their real ID does not show proof of citizenship. And then, as you've heard, this is the Secretary of State say this is really only for voters, the birth certificate process for voters who are born in New Hampshire. According to NHPR, an article in 2019, about a third of New Hampshire voters were born in the state. So those folks have maybe their birth certificates in state databases, but the other 2/3 will need to go out of state. Often this is not just an issue of cost, but of time, weeks or months of systems to try to get those birth certificates that, again, are not going to be able to be found on election day or in the days leading up to election day. And finally, when we're thinking about birth certificates, wanted to note that they don't have correct names for every voter. I'm one person who is changing their name currently. 79% of women, when they get married, change their last name. And for those voters, they cannot use birth certificates to show their full name and proof of citizenship. And I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you. Will you take questions?
Sure.
Do we have any questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I think you mentioned this in previous testimony on a different bill, but one of the reasons, my understanding was one of the reasons that we don't have a lot of problems with non-citizens trying to get away and defrauding registration is because there's severe penalties if they do that. Could you explain what those might be?
Yes, my understanding, when you sign an affidavit, generally you're signing that under penalty of perjury. It's also illegal to vote if you are not a citizen in New Hampshire. So if you were to vote as not a citizen, I'm not an attorney, but I believe that you could be facing penalties, including deportation, for doing that, since it's against the law.
For Representative Gilmore.
Thank you. Am I correct in assuming that this is part of the HB 1569 that just went into effect after the election?
The change of needing documentary proof of citizenship was created with that bill. Yeah.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Harvey Bolia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I just wanted to quickly go back to what you were saying about the other states. I didn't know if you were aware that there are about 26 other states that require photo ID. Is that what you were saying? Just to
Not photo
clarify?
ID. Thank you for the question. I was talking about proof of citizenship, which is what we're talking about in this bill in terms of, a photo ID. Lots of states need. You need in New Hampshire, but a birth certificate, naturalization papers, or passport, especially when registering to vote as a proactive, documentary proof. As far as I understand at this point, only New Hampshire has that requirement. Other states might look it up afterwards to prove it, but we're the only state where when you go in and register in person, now if you don't have that document for citizenship with you, you're going to be turned away. And I just wanted to add a real ID does not prove citizenship as well. That is a thing to note.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very
Thank
much. Next up, Ms. Olivia Zink.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Olivia Zink, a voter in Franklin and executive director of Open Democracy. I wish there was an option to say, I wish we could do better. So I do think that this is a good first step in, making it available for people to be able to vote. But if you're going to take an affidavit that says, I swear I'm poor, why don't you just take the affidavit that says, I swear I'm a citizen, right? That it just makes me think, oh, people should just swear on an affidavit that says, I'm a citizen. We accept that proof and not make them sign an affidavit that says I'm poor so that they can get a voucher to get their birth certificate. We also have people that are adopted who may not have the same name as their birth certificate. So then do they need the adoption certificate? Married women who change their names, will they require marriage certificates? Will the state help get marriage certificates or only the birth certificate? But if the birth certificate doesn't have the same name because their marriage certificate changed, now that voter still is disenfranchised. So I think your better bet is to just allow them an affidavit to swear citizenship and not have an affidavit that swears they're poor. Also, what does this? There's no definition of this. So can anyone say they're poor and sign a piece of paper? I think that there's no clarification on that. Also, we're only allocating $25,000 for birth certificate vouchers from the Secretary of State. What happens to the person who might be that sort of the person that goes over that threshold if that dollar amount has already spent? Will we allocate a few more dollars if needed, or do we just cut that off at $25,000? For those reasons, I urge the committee to vote ITL.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. I have one more pink card here. There is representing Able, New Hampshire, but there's no name on it.
Sarah Chenard.
So would you please state your name so I'll write it in for you. Blue sheet, please.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Kristen Evans, and I'm the Director of Policy for Able New Hampshire. I have submitted written testimony. I think everything that Able we were going to say has been said, so I will just say that we are against this bill and hope that you would vote ITL.
Well, thank you.
Welcome.
Would you take questions? Any questions from the committee?
I have one.
Representative Lane.
Thank you. Do you have written testimony?
Yes.
Could you submit it, please?
I did.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay. Didn't participate in that one because I was in and out of the room, and I'm on the bill, and I was just like, it's best just to let the VC captain the ship for a minute. So on the blue sheet for 365, we had 1 in favor, 9 opposed, signed up who did not speak, and then on line 365 was 48 support, 421 opposed, 1 neutral. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 365 FN and open the public hearing on House Bill 472 requiring voters to prove domicile. And pull my bill up here. Sure. I'll allow it. Yeah, since did you fill out a pink card? Oh, so the blue sheet, okay, very common mistake. It's okay. Blue sheet is you're signed up. You're not signing up to speak. You're just signing in your position. So go ahead. I'll without objection, I will allow the member of the public to give his testimony on 365. And after you're done, fill out a pink card for us. Okay. No worries. Not a big deal. It's I think it would be wrong to not let you speak. So. Yeah, hold on a second. I got to reopen it. I'm gonna recess 472. I'm gonna reopen 365, and recognize the member of the public to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Phil Hatcher. I'm from Dover. It's very nice to see 2 of my own reps on this committee today. I've worked in various roles in Dover Ward 3 polling place since 2019. Right, currently I am the Ward 3 ward clerk. During those 5 or 6 years, I've worked with 2 city clerks who have repeatedly told me they don't see evidence of voting fraud in our city. This agrees with what I've been told by other election officials around the state. and also agrees with the final report of the Secretary of State's Special Committee on Voter Confidence. For that reason, I was opposed to HB 1569 when it was under discussion last spring, and was disappointed to see it passed into law. It seemed to me that that was a kind of extreme solution to a problem that doesn't exist, and one that will likely disenfranchise some voters. This seems even more true today. With all due respect to the Secretary of State, I don't see a concentrated public announcement of this major change in election law being propagated out to the public. So I'm worried about people showing up next month to vote in their municipal elections and being surprised that this is in effect. So in fact, I want to thank the sponsors of HB 365 for apparently recognizing that there are flaws in the bill that was passed last year and now seeking remediation. And it's encouraging that they're so prominent themselves, the two chairs of the election law committees, plus the original sponsor of the bill. But I don't think HB 365 is an effective remedy. Echoing some of what people have said before, but in particular, it won't help voters who are registering on election day. At least it doesn't guarantee much help, which perhaps reflects that New Hampshire no longer is going to have an effective election day registration system as required by federal law, since the state took a pass on motor voter way back when. In addition, as the Secretary himself alluded, the ability of the Secretary of State's office to help voters prove in particular their citizenship is dubious at this point in time. In a February 9th article in the Washington Post, the Republican Secretaries of State of Iowa and Ohio are quoted complaining about the difficulty in getting accurate citizenship data from the federal government.
Sir, I'm about to ask you to bring your remarks to a conclusion, that your time has expired.
These complaints have been echoed in recent years by many Democrats complaining about E-Verify. So if HB 65 is passed, I'm afraid we're going to have three divisions of voters: those who have ready access to their documents, those who don't, but the Secretary of State can help, and everyone else is out of luck. And in fact, this differentiation between voters is why we have a citizenship affidavit in the first place. If you go back and look at the law, and I'll refer you, since my time is expiring, to Representative Gilmore, who, despite his youthful appearance, actually served on the Election Law Committee when a citizen affidavit was put into effect. Again, thank you for allowing me to testify today. I'll submit my full written testimony. Thank you.
No worries. Are we taking questions from the committee?
Sure.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I'm going to reclose the public testimony on House Bill 365. Going to open the public hearing on House Bill 472 and recognize Representative Potenza for the purpose of introduction.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Representative Kelly Potenza, Stratford District 19. I have another hearing that I have to be at that goes at 1:30. So this is a very simple bill that basically, it's the same thing, similar to what was put forward in regards with an ID identification bill. Voters need two pieces. And of course, we need to know, we have to verify their identity. And we also have to verify that they actually are domiciled here in New Hampshire. So basically, when I moved from one section of Rochester to another, I had to prove that I did. And I brought in my lease for where we live. And every voter should have to do that. So it's pretty simple. And of course, from a friend of mine that is a supervisor of the checklist, this past election, it was quite crazy, and there was things that were rushed through where there wasn't, necessarily a proof of residency or domicile because it was, there were long lines and all of that. So this puts it into statute and makes it crystal clear that in addition to approving your identity, you also have to prove that you reside here and domiciled in New Hampshire to vote.
Will you be taking questions from the committee?
Can I not?
Yeah, absolutely. You
Perfect.
cannot. In fact, that's my preference. So, all right, easy enough. Thank you. Next up is Secretary of State David Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. And I just wanted to raise some concerns that I had with this piece of legislation. And I've shared these concerns with Representative Potenza, so she is aware of them. The check-in process for a voter now requires that a voter show their acceptable form of ID. And once that's done, the ballot clerks will then ask the voter if their address is still XYZ Main Street. If it is not, the voter simply gives the new address to the ballot clerk, who then writes the new address in red ink on the checklist. The reason for that is so the supervisors can just keep their lists up to date. They'll take that information and they'll correct the checklist at a later time. There is no requirement in the statute that a voter has to prove their domicile at the same time they're checking in just to get a ballot. That process takes place when the voter registers with the supervisors of the checklist. And now, under state law, that documentation has to be provided when that event happens. And so what is happening here is kind of conflation of the different processes that take place. And if the process in House Bill 472 were to pass, it would be somewhat chaotic when people are checking in, not having the document that they need, having to go over to the supervisors of the checklist for some type of a verification. It's just going to cause lines to back up. And on a day like we had last November, it could be a disaster. So that's the concern I have, is that we have distinct processes that take place. They both work really well, and we should not do anything that is going to cause confusion in that process. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, trying to do members of the public here. I think I only have one member of the public. Sue Nastasi from Rollinsford.
Hello. Yeah, I'm Sue Nastasi from Rollinsford. And I wanted to say that when a voter registers, the domicile is verified at that point. As Secretary Scanlon said, it's verified. And by the town or city clerk or supervisor. And all information per voter is saved online, which is available to the ballot clerk on election day, and checked with the ID when the voter wants to get a ballot. And what I see is that there isn't any need for this bill. When I verified my own domicile, it was like a day after our house closing, and I brought in our closing papers right to the town clerk, and it stayed right there. And it's been the same. And so far as having to verify domicile, again, I don't see the need, because it's online, and plus checking that when the voter comes on election day. Thank you.
Okay, and will you be taking questions from the committee?
Yes.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Kristen Evans with Able, New Hampshire. On deck is Iris Altalio. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify In opposition of HB 472, for the record, my name is Kristen Evans, and I am the Director of Policy for ABLE New Hampshire. And ABLE is a disability justice organization, and we are a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that fights for the civil and human rights of children and adults with disabilities. I am here today to express our strong opposition to HB 472, a bill that represents a troubling trend in this legislative session, a deliberate effort to chip away at the voting rights of marginalized communities, particularly those individuals with disabilities. This session alone, we have witnessed an alarming number of bills designed to impose additional barriers to voting. HB 472 is a prime example, introducing onerous requirements for proving domicile that disproportionately affect voters with disabilities, low-income individuals, and those in non-traditional housing situations. Many disabled voters reside with family members or in assisted living facilities and do not possess documents like utility bills or leases in their names. This bill fails to consider their realities, effectively disenfranchising eligible voters. The current system already mandates that voters provide domicile. HB 472 seeks to complicate this process further, granting election officials undue discretion to reject voters based on arbitrary standards. If a voter's residency is challenged, their only recourse is to appeal immediately to the Superior Court, a daunting and often unfeasible option for individuals with mobility challenges, cognitive disabilities, or limited access to legal resources. The sheer number of restrictive voting bills introduced this session is not only disheartening, but it's also infuriating. It reflects a persistent attempt to erode the accessibility and inclusivity of our democratic process. Instead of erecting barriers, we should be enacting policies that facilitate participation for all eligible voters, ensuring that everyone can exercise their fundamental right to vote with dignity and ease. HB 472 is an affront to the principle of fairness and equality. It does nothing to enhance election security, but serves only to disenfranchise those who already face significant obstacles. I urge this committee to reject this harmful legislation and affirm your commitment to protecting the voting rights of all Granite Staters, especially those who are the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. And will be taking questions?
Yes.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Iris. I was gonna get there. No, I wasn't. I was gonna look. I was gonna stare at it and hope.
I'm used to it. Before I was married, it was worse. So thank you, committee, for hearing my testimony today. My name is Iris Altilio. I am from Pembroke, New Hampshire. I'm speaking as a citizen, as a senior citizen, and a representative of ARP, so I'm wearing my red. I'm also speaking as a supervisor of the checklist, and I recently retired from the Concord Coalition to End Homelessness, so I understand the problems of the homeless as well. Also, I do appreciate what you do because I was the committee assistant for this committee prior to COVID, so I'm very familiar with your job. I'm speaking against this bill, and I'm speaking against this bill because, first of all, it's confusing. I don't remember the name of the sponsor because I'm old, but she did say that this bill was related to a person, and it almost sounded like registering, not voting. And then the Secretary of State, who I agree with, seemed to say that this bill requires everybody to provide proof of domicile when they walk up to the ballot clerk. But when I looked at the bill, it sounded like only people who don't have ID have to provide proof of domicile. So right away, I don't know what this bill is doing, so it's hard to speak to it. However, as everybody said, it is very difficult now for people to register to vote if they don't have their ID. At this point, it's going to disenfranchise some voters. And then again, I'm going to ask, what's the probability? How many of you walk around with your deed or your lease in your hand? Probably not most of you, so it's not that practical either. So as a supervisor of the checklist, my job is to maintain accurate voting records, to maintain the integrity of the elections, and to encourage voting. This is not going to encourage voting, and it's probably not going to really do the best job of maintaining the integrity of the elections either. And that's because the way I read this, if you don't have ID, you can produce your proof of domicile and you're allowed to vote. So you're voting without ID. Now, I could be totally wrong, so please read the bill and,
check it out and see what you say. By the way, I do have testimony. I put some more information in my testimony. I didn't want to speak that long, so it's not in here.
Excellent. Thank you.
I do want to say a couple more things. Though.
Well, your time has expired, ma'am, so I need you to.
Oh, it's more
I-
than 3 minutes? Okay.
It's 2 minutes.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had 2 minutes. Okay, so then I just want to wrap up really quickly and say I really do hope that you look at this bill, see that it is confusing, and please do not vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you be taking questions?
I will.
Are there questions from the committee?
Okay.
Representative Muirhead.
Is there anything really important that you wanted to say that you didn't have time to say?
Is there any? Probably not. I am giving you my written testimony.
Probably not.
Okay.
Thank you for
And
giving
where
the
do I-
question, though, Representative
Where
Muirhead.
do I put it?
Put it on the desk, please.
Okay.
Yeah, that way members can come by at the end and pick everything up at once and not have the show. I was going to ask, what would you have done if you were committee assistant and you had 75 bills? So, next up is Kaylee Estradio. Oh yeah, we have more.
Thank you, Chairman Barry and members of the committee. My name is Kaylee Estradio. I'm a Durham voter and public policy fellow with Open Democracy, and I'm testifying today in opposition to this bill. I feel it places an unnecessary burden on both voters who have already shown proof of their domicile at the time they registered, as well as on checklist supervisors who, as we all know, are already swamped on election day. Seeing that this requirement is not currently employed by any other state in the country, the reality is that the effects of HB 472 would largely go unnoticed by the majority of Granite Staters until it is way too late. I envision this leading to mass confusion and congestion on already busy election days, as voters who show up with the well-established photo ID requirement but no proof of domicile at the ready line up for the supervisor of the checklist to individually review each of their qualifications and identity. RSA 659.13 currently requires voters to provide a valid form of photo ID, ensuring an accurate and efficient voter check-in system. Needlessly double-checking proof of voters' domicile when it has already been established will only work to lengthen the tiring wait in line on election days, spur controversy between ballot clerks and voters, and create yet another hurdle Granite Staters must jump in order to enact their constitutional right to vote. So for these reasons, I urge you to vote HB 472 and expedient to legislate. I also have a little bit of testimony on behalf of Susan Moore. She is a supervisor of the checklist from Franconia. She urges you as well to oppose this bill. She says, without question, this is a voter suppression bill. Every voter on the voter list has had to prove domicile in order to register to vote. The new requirement presented in this bill would mean that voters who do not have their current address on their ID would need additional documents to receive the ballots. The voters would be sent to the supervisors of the checklist, and these voters would need to have proof of residency domicile consisting of a utility bill, lease, deed, or similar documentation of the voter's domicile address. It is highly unlikely residents who have voted in prior elections would have these documents with them, and we would have to turn them away. As a supervisor of the checklist, I can foresee big problems if this becomes the new law. I would also note that the reference to an appeal to the Superior Court does not appear to cite the correct RSA. Please oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you be taking questions from the committee?
Yes.
Thank you. Seeing none, thank you. Representative Sellers, is your committee currently meeting? Okay, would you mind if I finish the two people in front of you, and then we'll let you introduce? Thank you. Next up is Mackenzie Taylor. And then on deck is Henry Clementowitz. And after that, I have no more pink cards for this bill. So Representative Guskowski, can you grab me the blue sheet, please?
Thank you, members of the committee. Mackenzie Taylor with America Votes and the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights. A lot has been already said in opposition to this bill, so I will be very brief, reminding folks that, again, folks are show their domicile and prove that with documents when they register to vote, and then are just showing their identity when they're checking in to vote. I'm one of the many New Hampshire voters, probably, who at some point did not have their current address on their license. When I moved in 2019 from my apartment to my current house, I updated my address with the DMV, but did not get a new license. And from 2019 until 2024, I think the presidential primary, I voted and checked in with that license that had an old address on it, which was compliant. I confirmed my updated address and went on my way. If this bill had been in effect, I would have had to bring a separate document, my car registration. I normally walk to the polls. I live very close by. And I think that is a story that could be affected by or happen to many, many voters if this bill was passed and is unnecessary and only is going to result in longer lines for people when they're checking in, confusion, and folks potentially being turned away. So, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Last up is Henry Clementowitz from the ACLU.
Good afternoon. My name is Henry Clementowicz. I'm the Deputy Legal Director of the ACLU of New Hampshire, and I will be even briefer than Ms. Taylor. I agree with everything the Secretary of State said about this bill, and I think that's a first for me. So I'm happy to take any questions.
You're moving me towards supporting the bill. This is how you get my support. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing
Sorry,
none.
we do oppose the bill.
I know, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, that's what I meant. You're moving to me to support your position. Excuse me, I misspoke. Any other members of the public wish to speak to House Bill 472? Seeing none, I'm going. The blue sheet was 1 to 12, 1 pro, 12 against. Online was 52 in support, 388 opposed, and 2 neutral. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 472. I'm going to open the public hearing on House Bill 172, restricting undeclared voters from voting in presidential or state primaries. And I'm going to recognize Representative Sellers for the purpose of introduction. Representative Sellers, welcome to Election Law.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee members, for giving me a few minutes to introduce this bill. I'm Representative Sellers from Grafton 10, which represents Bristol and Bridgewater, New Hampshire. This bill, HB 172, of course, I support it. And it's a very simple change. And it, as you can see, it's about 3 lines. So I don't think I need to read it. But what I want to point out is a few things. And one of the things is you all had, I believe you all got a letter from a Robert Beverell. In any case, he actually says the same thing I would be saying. So I'm not going to say it twice, and he probably says it better than I do, and I just want to point out a few items here. All right, it says House Bill 172 will correct the confusion and bigotry that currently exist in our state statute. All right, and what it goes on to say regarding the participation and non-member of political party election and should be partially closed primary system. And then he goes and quotes our RSA 659:14(1). And I'm just going to read the very last part of that. It says the primary shall also announce the name of the party at the time of announcing the person's name. And basically we're saying here, the person has to be in the party, all right? Has to be in the party in order to be in the primary to vote in that party's election. And it goes on to say 3 things the bill does. It eliminates the same day registration by undeclared. It requires undeclared to register with the party by the same deadline as regular party members. And it continues to allow new and first-time voters to register to vote in the primary. So that part doesn't change. So if they're new or first time, you can still register on the primary day. Another thing I'll point out here is a basic function of the political party is to select the candidate for the public office to be offered to the voters at the general election, and to the prime objective of most voters in associating themselves with the primary party must securely be to gain a voice in the selection process. So the idea, our primary, is to select 1 or even 2 people if you're being primary in the primary. To that point is coming from that party, and that it doesn't matter if it's Republican or Democrat. You should be allowed to select who you want. And what happens is and I've seen it happen, and I know it happens, is on primary day, maybe the other party has a strong candidate, so the person in that party will actually literally go and register for the other party. And they're undeclared. So they normally might vote one way, but they decided on this primary to vote another way. And it actually skews who actually gets elected to go forward for the general. One other thing this writer said, he said, many opponents of the bill say that this violates their constitutional rights and will disenfranchise undeclared voters from voting in the primaries. Again, he mentions here the Supreme Court says otherwise. It's a border election versus Lopez Torres, 552 U.S. 196, 202-03, parentheses 2008. The court said, a political party has the First Amendment right to limit the membership as it wishes and to choose a candidate selection process that will, in its view, produce the nominee that best represents the political platform. So along with that, this would be no different than the Red Sox playing the Yankees and the Red Sox telling the Yankees, hey, by the way, you're going to use this pitcher today against us. So, and you wouldn't want that. So I'm going to leave it there. Just give you an idea. And there is another bill, HB 220, that you're going to be hearing. And that bill there will actually allow the party to make the rules, just though they're in place. I'll try to answer any questions the best I can.
Okay, other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Aowen Osborne.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Awen Osborne. I'm a resident of Auburn, and just a few days ago, I reached the legal voting age. As soon as my schedule permits, I intend to register to vote as an independent voter. I oppose this bill precisely because it prevents exactly what I intend to do when participating in primary elections. The ability to swap my party affiliation at will gives me the option to vote in whichever primary contains the candidates who support the same views and principles as me. Please don't take this option away from independent voters. Please vote ITL on HB 172. And I'll take questions if people have them.
All right, are there questions from the committee? You stole my thunder. I was going to wish you happy birthday, but you already said it. So, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Next up is Sue Nastasi from Rollinsford. On deck is Liz Tantarelli.
Hello. Okay, Sue Nastasi from Rollinsford. And this bill restricting undeclared voters from same-day voting in a presidential or state primary, this bill purposely cuts out about 40% of the state's voters. In the bill description of change of registration or same-day registration, that can't be acceptable. When those undeclared or independent, they're registered as undeclared and registered without a party affiliation. And I also look at it as be free to vote as the voter wishes. And that is so important, especially in this state. And so I really oppose this bill, and it should not go past the committee.
Thank you. Will you be taking questions from the committee?
Yes.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Liz Tantarelli. On deck is Tiani Coleman.
Hi, Liz Tantarelli from Manchester. I'm testifying simply on behalf of myself. And I have been an undeclared voter here in New Hampshire for 25 years, and I want to continue that. I look at the candidates who are running, and I decide that time when which party I'm going to vote for. If this bill passes, I would have to choose the party before I even know who the candidates are. And I have voted for state reps, state senator, executive counselors, depending on who the candidates are, their qualifications, and how closely they match my values, not by their party. I'm not the only person who does this. We've got 40% of the voters, as Sue mentioned, in New Hampshire who are undeclared. And I believe that if we want to retain the integrity of the First in the Nation primary, where voters are really looking at the candidates, not party affiliation when they vote, then you're going to have to ITL this bill. And I'm not taking questions on that. Thank you.
Okay. Next up is Tiani Coleman. On deck is Olivia Zink.
Hello, this is Tiani Coleman, and I'm a resident of Amherst, New Hampshire. And today I'm here as myself, a citizen who is an independent voter, as well as president of New Hampshire Independent Voters. First off, as has been said, there are approximately 40% of independent voters here in New Hampshire, which is a greater percentage than either the Democrat or the Republican parties have. So we are a large number of voters, and we should not be told that we need to belong to a party in order to participate in a consequential election. And since there are so many elections here in New Hampshire where there are no third-party choices, there are no independent candidates, that means that a lot of big decisions will be made in primaries. And if we're left out of the primaries, then it is actually not fair to us. It's not equal protection under the law. We should not have to decide. And although the title of the bill is, talking about same-day registration, I hope that you won't let that fool you, because what this bill is actually doing is closing the primary. It's the same thing as the other bill you have that's closing the primary, because if you do not let independent voters register with the party on the day of registration, then that's the same as telling them they have to register with the party way in advance. Also, I don't know if it's been mentioned, but it's actually unconstitutional, this bill, for a different reason. It's unconstitutional because the Supreme Court, at least up until now, has said that parties do have the right of association. And what that means is that the state cannot tell the parties who can and cannot vote in their primaries. So if a party wants to allow independent voters to vote in their primaries, the state can't tell them that those independent voters cannot vote in their primaries. So you need to allow the parties to make that decision rather than the state imposing that decision upon the parties. I think that is just about all, other than that I have conducted a lot of surveys of independent voters here in New Hampshire that are part of nationwide surveys. And independent voters, people who are undeclared voters, for most of them, the large majority, it's a decision that they make consciously. It's not just because they didn't bother to register at the party. They really do not want to belong to a party for reasons have been mentioned already. For example, they vote for the person, not the party. Also, they might vote for issues in a very nuanced way. And so they determine it based on a very careful examination of what the candidates stand for, what they're saying, what's going on in their area at that time, and they do not vote based on party, and they don't want to be told that they have to join a party to participate in a consequential election, which is publicly funded, by the way. Thank you very much.
Okay, I've taken no questions. So next up is Olivia Zink. And then on deck will be, they didn't write their first name. I can't read it. L. Briggs? What's the first name? Linda? Lynn. L-Y-N-N?
Good afternoon. My name is Olivia Zink, Executive Director of Open Democracy, and I'm a voter in Franklin, and I oppose House Bill 172. I'm going to be a bit of a data nerd here instead of telling you a story, but the undeclared party, as of the state primary in September, 324,153 undeclared voters. That's bigger than the Republican Party or the Democratic Party names on checklists, largest party we have. over 6,000 people registered to vote on the same day as the September primary. So the people who are registering same day will have to declare a party because they won't be able to register undeclared. But a lot of voters who register on same day do register undeclared. I did cite in the September primary that there's 41,000 voters that were undeclared that cast a Democratic ballot and 36,000 undeclared voters that voted Republican. I have the breakdown by county, but I think that almost 72,000 voters would not be able to vote if this bill became law because they're undeclared voters that voted in the state primary. I have a story from Linda, who is a ballot clerk in Antrim. She believes that this would disadvantage undeclared voters, but as a ballot clerk, about a third of the voters that came in are undeclared and picked a party on the same day. She believes that many of them will not know that this new rule exists and they will yell at the ballot clerks. They will not yell at you, they will yell at the ballot clerks. And it might disadvantage people to volunteer as election workers as well, as we should be encouraging more participation. I also have a story from undeclared voters, but you heard those already, so I won't repeat. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you be taking questions?
Happy to.
Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Lynn. You say, I'm sorry, I forgot the last name. I'm having trouble reading it. Briggs, Lynn Briggs. From Amherst. Can you press that silver button in front of you? Thank you.
Thank you. Considering everybody that's gone before me, I've changed a little bit of what I've had to say, but I support this bill. I'm a registered voter. I'm a citizen of New Hampshire. And I support this bill because it attempts to fix 654-34. As one of the original 6 people who have been in federal court for a year and a half trying to bring this forward for everybody to understand, I appreciate the 5 or 6 people that have come forward taking our hard work, thousands of dollars and thousands of hours to move forward. So I'm glad somebody is paying attention to our hard work. There is not an attorney in this state that would take any of our cases, so we did everything as pro se. So nothing that we do is intended to be negative or stop people from being allowed to vote. That said, we don't want independents to be left out. What we want is the law to be followed, which it says the first Wednesday in June, you are to declare your party. Independent is not an official, or an undeclared is not an official party. Republican and Democrat is. They are also private, and it does say very clearly, it does say very clearly, the New Hampshire Secretary of State, which is in the testimony, has advised that he does not have any written permission from the New Hampshire GOP opening the primaries to undeclareds. And that's where it all started. So what we're looking for is that all voters be equal. There not be a second and third class of voter. Whether you're a minority or majority does not entitle you to more constitutional rights than anybody else. So I'll keep it short and sweet. I am definitely for it, and I thank you for paying attention to all the work we have done for the last year and a half.
Will you be taking questions from the committee?
Yes,
Okay. Are there questions from the committee?
I doubt it.
You never know. You don't want to do that because then they'll fire one off.
Thank you.
Just to prove a point. All right. Thank you very much. Next up is Wayne Saya, and on deck is Sean Fife. Can you press that button in front of you? Thank you.
How's that? Thank you. My name is Wayne Saya. I'm from Nashua, New Hampshire. Lived in New Hampshire for 30 years. And I was the principal author of the litigation that Lynn Briggs was referring to. The litigation was very simple, and that is that when somebody goes in to register to vote, if you're undeclared, you can change your vote right there the same day to a Republican or Democrat. And then after you vote, you go up to another desk and you say, I want to change back to undeclared. And you can do that. As a Republican, I can't do that. So the undeclareds have an advantage over me as a Republican, and they also have an advantage over Democrats. So, and they can switch, they can rearrange how the presidential vote how it transpires. One of the dilemmas here, and I'll read here, when we went into court, the court specifically stated, and I'm going to submit these as exhibits, the court credits the testimony of the three plaintiffs in this case as credible and straightforward. Their claims and arguments were advanced in good faith. The evidence and applicable law, however, do not confer standing under these facts and circumstances. The reason why the federal court claimed we didn't have standing is because we were claiming that we were disenfranchised. So all of the individuals that are against this bill that claim they're disenfranchised, federal court said disenfranchised doesn't work. Didn't work for us, it can't work for them. When you keep going, and I apologize, I learned about this about 5 hours ago, so I tried to scribble as much as I could. In the suit, it refers to RSA 654-34 being in conflict with 659-14. And that's the issue that my colleague, Mrs. Briggs, had mentioned. I will mention one other thing, and that is on page 11 of the ruling, and I'll get to that right now. And I may have stated that case already.
I am going to have to ask you to bring your remarks to a conclusion because your time has expired.
Oh, good. I don't have to talk anymore?
That's right. But if you do have I don't believe I've seen this court case, so if you have a copy of it, I would like to see it. I can't speak for the rest of the committee, but I would personally like to see it. So
I have a copy of the appeal to the U.S. Court of Appeals.
yeah, sure. I'll take it. Just if you don't mind putting it
Order
up
on the
there.
motion
Yeah,
and-
put it up there on the desk for me, and because I like to read those things. Don't always agree with them. I just saying I like to read those things. Next up is Sean Fife. There's good. Thank you.
My name's Sean Fife. I represent Gilmington, New Hampshire. I'm here to speak for Karen Testerman, though. What she wrote is, "Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing my proxy to read my testimony in support of House Bill 172. The bill before you applies to the presidential and the state primaries. A primary is a selection process in which a member of a party selects a candidate or candidates that will represent the entity in the general election. This bill does not prevent any voter, declared or undeclared, from participating as a voter in the general election. In the current form, RSA 654-34 creates two classes of voter in violation of Part 1, Article 11 of the New Hampshire State Constitution, that all men have an equal right to vote. Part 1 of RSA 655-34 applies only to the registered party member who want to change their party affiliation. In order to change their party affiliation, those currently registered party members must swear under oath or affirmation of their intention to affiliate with the general supporters, the candidates of the party with which he offers to register, or that the voter does not wish to be registered as a member of any party, and that the voter wants to be removed from the checklist of that party. A current registered member of a party must complete this action by the first Wednesday in June prior to the primary. According to Part 1, Section D of 654-34, the registered party member may change their party affiliation after the first Wednesday in June upon making oath or affirmation to the same effect, but he shall not be permitted in such case to vote the ballot of any party in such primary. However, RSA 654-34 III allows those who are under oath or affirmation to participate in the primary on that day the person decides to call themselves a member of the party without oath or affirmation, and allows the person to vote in the party selection process called the primary on the same day. This is unequal treatment and a violation of New Hampshire State Constitution, Part 1, Article 11, equality to voter. For this reason, Karen Testerman asks you to pass House Bill 172 to enable equal treatment of all voters in New Hampshire. Thank you. From Karen Testerman.
Will you be taking questions?
I'd be happy to.
Okay. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Last up is Kristen Evans and Representative Guskowski. Can we get the blue sheet, please?
Thank you, Chair and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to HB 172. For the record, my name is Kristen Evans, and I am the Director of Policy for ABLE New Hampshire. ABLE is a disability justice organization that fights for the civil and human rights of children and adults with disabilities. I am here today in strong opposition to HB 172. This bill is another brick in the wall of voter suppression, an unnecessary barrier that will disproportionately impact voters with disabilities. In New Hampshire, we pride ourselves on civic engagement, on fostering robust participation in our democracy, but this bill does the opposite. It restricts access, it silences voices, and it actively discourages participation. HB 172 is a solution in search of a problem. There is no evidence that the same-day party registration has caused any systemic issues in our elections. What this bill does, however, is create new hurdles for voters who already face enough of them. People with disabilities often cannot predict months in advance which primary they will need or want to participate in. Life circumstances change, and limiting when and how voters can affiliate only ensures that fewer people can engage in the democratic process. For people with disabilities, these barriers are even greater. Many disabled voters already navigate a voting system that is often inaccessible, lacks proper accommodations, or is riddled with bureaucratic hurdles that make participating in elections far more difficult than it should be. New Hampshire's undeclared voter system gives people flexibility, and that flexibility is essential for full participation in democracy. Taking that away would harm voters with disabilities, stripping them of a process that helps ensure their voices are heard. HB 172 strips away the flexibility that has defined our state's participatory democracy, a flexibility that many voters, especially those with disabilities, rely on. And let's be clear, the ability to register and vote in the primary of one's choosing is not just about convenience, it's about equity. It's about ensuring that our democracy is accessible to all voters. HB 172 is a step in the wrong direction. It limits choice, it discourages participation, and it ignores the reality of voters' lives. Thank you.
Would you be taking questions?
Yes.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We had a late entry, Dale Vincent from Concord.
I wasn't planning to say anything, but I was so frustrated by hearing how we should cut off 40% of the population because they hadn't already decided who they were going to vote for. I have been an undeclared voter for probably as long as I've been in New Hampshire, which is 40-some years, and I have prided myself on studying candidates in both parties, and sometimes there is a candidate for an office that's really outstanding in one party and sometimes in a different party, and I feel that we should be allowed to make that choice at the polling place and not have to sign up blindly 6 months in advance for one party or the other.
That was fast. Awesome. All right, cool. Great. Love it. Will you be taking questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. We don't have anyone else signed up to speak. On the blue sheet was 1 in favor, 5 opposed that did not speak. Friendly reminder, if you're going to fill out a pink card, don't fill out the blue sheet because you can't get counted twice. Online was 172, 29 in support, 573 against, 9 neutral. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 172, and I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 141 relative to campaign disclosures for limited liabilities companies, and recognize Representative Lane for the purpose of introduction. Click.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee. We're going to switch gears here and talk about campaign finance instead of voting registration. This bill closes a glaring loophole in our campaign finance laws, one that does not even exist under federal laws. Currently, there's no mention of limited liability companies in New Hampshire campaign finance laws. And each, I'm going to call them LLCs instead of limited liability companies, is treated as its own individual donor for the purpose of direct campaign contributions, regardless of who controls that LLC. So I can give the maximum contribution that I'm allowed to my favorite candidate, and then, assuming that I'm much richer than I really am now, I can set up unlimited numbers of LLCs and give as much as I wish through those LLCs to my candidate, well in excess of the statutory cap for natural persons or for corporations. The bill requires that a political contribution by an LLC be allocated to its members for purposes of determining whether a member has exceeded contribution limits in the New Hampshire statutes. The allocation is tied to their percentage interest in the LLC, and corporations are included since they can also be members of an LLC. The bill makes LLCs subject to the same political campaign contributions that we have for individuals and corporations. So under this bill, if an LLC donates to a candidate, then it must disclose the names and the percentage ownership of each member to the candidate, which will then be attributed to that member's contribution limits under New Hampshire law. The bill provides transparency to prevent wealthy individuals and corporations from having undue influence in elections due to a loophole in New Hampshire's campaign finance laws. We're not the only state that has this problem, but we are the subject of much of it because our campaign finance laws are deemed as weak. This bill does not stifle or impair small businesses or prevent them from participating in campaigns. The LLCs targeted by this bill are not typical small businesses. So this isn't your mom and pop or an individual setting up to protect themselves from liabilities. These are companies that come in and intentionally set up LLCs so they can contribute to campaigns. They are used by both parties to avoid contribution limits and prevent transparency. If the members of a traditional LLC wish to donate to a candidate and protect their identity as members, they can make a distribution to that member and let the member donate to the candidate. Yes, that might be another loophole, but it works and it's more transparent. Contrary to what you may have been told, this bill does not violate Citizens United or its progeny. That case permits New Hampshire to limit spending by corporations and business entities, and it also promotes transparency. This bill does not prevent free speech. It simply requires individuals and corporations to abide by the contribution limits that we set out in our laws. So ultimately, closing this loophole is a question of fairness and transparency. Most of us can agree that the amount of money that is going into our top tier elections is objectionable, and it goes up every year. This bill helps eradicate the effect of laws or other loopholes that allow enterprising wealthy individuals to evade the intent of state legislatures in determining fair contribution limits, above which an individual shall not go, whether that individual is a natural person or a limited liability company. Under the law, person can mean a corporation, a limited liability company, or a natural person. So I ask for your support to improve our campaign finance laws by improving transparency and reducing the dark money that flows into New Hampshire campaigns. Thank you. And yes, I'll take questions.
Okay, and you had 10 seconds left, so that's like a great job because you're on the
That makes
5-minute clock.
That
So
that makes up for last time.
yeah, you were, but I think what's impressive here is like percentage-wise on the 5-minute clock, like you did the best out of everybody on the 5-minute clock. Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you. Only have one other card for this, so Olivia Zink, so Representative Guskowski, if you could grab that blue sheet for me. I'm going to trust but verify. I only have one other. Yeah.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My favorite topic, this LLC loophole. We're in Open Democracy is in support of House Bill 141. We need to reduce the influence of big money in our politics and increase the voices of everyday citizens. This bill provides transparency and accountability. As you know, there's limits that anyone can give, and those limits are $15,000 for any individual. So if I wanted to give Connie Lane $15,000, I could, but if I have a second company, I can give her $30,000. But we also have another loophole in our law called the Political Advocacy Committee that can give unlimited donations. So these limited liability companies should just be creating political organizations and just funnel money through our laws, or the Swiss cheese of our laws. I want to first talk about 2010. 2010, gubernatorial candidate John Stevens caused a stir by raising over $100,000 from 30 limited liability corporations in Massachusetts and Connecticut, so out-of-state money, that were Dunkin' Donuts franchised. August 18th, this is my daughter's birthday, 13 LLCs gave gubernatorial candidate Kevin Smith the maximum amount. Half of Smith's $324,000 of contributions came from LLCs at the same address in Massachusetts. We've seen multiple liability companies use candidates on from both sides of the aisle have used the LLC loophole to funnel money into their campaign. I'm going to go to 2012, where Kevin Landrigan wrote a story about campaign contributions. And these ones are fun. Decking. The Decking Company gave the max amount, but then Decking 1832009 LLC and Decking Atlantic 1720 gave another amount of money. And they all came from the same address. So we know they're connected in some way, shape, or form.
Ms. I'm going to ask you to bring your remarks to a conclusion.
Okay. Well, I go through multiple different campaign cycles, but so I'll just skip to the last 2024. We saw Key Auto Group make a lot of LLC contributions over the limit to a candidate that took $21 million in political advocacy committee money dollars. This bill has been tried multiple times without success, but it's important that you fix this loophole before the next election. But I have said that multiple times before. Happy to take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. You've already packaged up the blue sheet. You're way ahead of me. On the blue sheet, there were 3 in support, 0 against. Online, there was 196 in support, 6 opposed, and 1 neutral. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 141, and I'm going to open the public hearing on House Bill 175. Recognize Representative Muirhead for purpose of introduction, who has requested 45 to 75 minutes, or the equivalent of 1 lecture class. So, but we've already seen the popularity of your classes today, haven't we? Oh, I thought it was funny. All right.
My name is Russ Muirhead. I represent Grafton District 12, Etna, towns of Etna, Lyme, Hanover, New Hampshire. I live in Hanover, where I work as a teacher, and my number one worry when I started my career, Mr. Chair, was that I would run out of things to say before the class ended, and I've been working on that ever since. So, this bill, House Bill 175, would prohibit independent groups that spend money on campaigns and candidates from coordinating their expenditures. It's an anti-coordination bill. There are different limits for how much independent groups can spend and how much candidates can spend. In some cases, there's no limits for some independent groups. So if candidates can coordinate with independent groups, they can get around the limits. They're in the law. And they can spend an unlimited amount. And also, in some cases, they won't have to reveal. They get around contribution limits, and they also get around disclosure limits. So they don't have to show who's giving them money, how much money they're getting, or what they're spending it on, as the law would ordinarily require candidates to do. So it's a huge backdoor around all of the rules in New Hampshire campaign finance law that we apply to candidates. Now, that massive backdoor, that massive ability to just escape the burden of campaign finance disclosure and contribution rules is something that I think the party elites want. I think party elites in both parties want this. Party elites in both parties, there's no innocence, in politics. Party elites in both parties love money. They want money in unlimited amounts, and they're really, really crafty about figuring out how to get it. This is not a bill that the party elites are going to jump up and down about. They're going to say, oh, look at that naive teacher from Hanover who thinks, we can actually do something about the problem of big money in politics. The only people who might want this bill are citizens who are worried about big money in politics. And it's one of the interesting things, if you look at polling, it's just amazing to see how much Democrats and Republicans disagree. You get 80% Republicans on this versus 90% opposing the Democrat. One of the only thing you get big numbers on the same side is about the role of big money in politics. You get like 80% of Republicans saying that's a problem. You get 85, 90% of Democrats saying that's a problem. This bill's an attempt to make a difference with respect to that problem by making sure that independent expenditures, and that's a term that shows up in New Hampshire RSAs. We put that in the law, independent expenditures. Make sure that independent expenditures are actually independent. And by the way, let's look at some campaign finance laws that, that let's say, I don't know, maybe they're not very partisan. Look at Citizens United. Citizens United uses the term independent expenditures. Citizens United says that independent expenditures are those that are made without prearrangement or coordination with candidates. And it says that those expenditures shouldn't have to have limits, but that expenditures that candidates make, that's totally reasonable for the law to limit to regulate what candidates make. And so even the terms of Citizens United depend on this idea of making independent expenditures independent. If we have a massive loophole that makes these independent expenditures not independent, none of this makes any sense. And it's a huge deception on the public. So this bill is an effort to to address that problem and solve that problem. And Mr. Chair, I would take questions if there are any.
Are there questions from the committee? Oh, Representative Lang.
Thank you for taking my question. It's my understanding that this was a new ruling, a letter from the Attorney General's office interpreting our statutes, that for years we had what you talked about, that there was an anti-coordination, and this term we had a new interpretation. So are you attempting to address that came up in this election?
I do think that it's an increasing problem in New Hampshire campaigns, and that the door right now is open to coordination. But look, there are 20 states that have done the same thing. This is something that if you have the term independent expenditure in your laws, as New Hampshire does, then you have a reason to make sure they're independent. And it's not just a response to one letter by one attorney general.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Kaylee Estradio on behalf of Aaron McKean. On deck is Olivia Zink. I don't have any other cards for 175. So Representative, can you grab that blue sheet for me?
Thank you, Chairman Barry and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Kaylee Stradio. I am a Durham voter and public policy fellow with Open Democracy. And today I am reading testimony in support of HB 175 on behalf of Aaron McKean, who is senior legal counsel at the Campaign Legal Center. And since this is 7 pages, I will spare you from the legal jargon and just read a little summary of it and hope that you will all peruse this on your own time. So Aaron says that Campaign Legal Center carefully reviewed HB 175 and found that it is well crafted and a constitutional piece of legislation. As explained further in the 7 pages, HB 175 would close critical gaps in New Hampshire's law that allow political advocacy organizations to raise unlimited contributions and funnel those directly to candidates. Closing these gaps prevents circumvention of contribution limits to candidates, ensuring such limits curb, quote, the actuality and appearance of corruption resulting from large individual finance contributions. Importantly, HB 175 also strengthens New Hampshire's coordination law to comprehensively account for the ways in which candidates and outside groups coordinate their spending. The bill would clarify and expand the types of conduct that constitute coordination and the kinds of election spending subject to coordination rules, thereby preventing outside groups from circumventing contribution limits. As the U.S. Supreme Court has recognized, regulating coordinated expenditures advances the same anti-corruption interests as limits on contributions and, quote, prevents attempts to circumvent the limits through prearranged or coordinated expenditures accounting to disguise contributions. I urge you to support this bill.
Will you be taking questions from the committee?
Sure, if I can answer any.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up and last up is Olivia Zink. And the blue sheet we have. Thank you.
Okay, I think this is a lot of times you've heard from me today. So Olivia Zink, a voter in Franklin, Executive Director at Open Democracy, and I'm here to testify in favor of House Bill 175. For our democracy to be effective, candidates and elected officials need to answer to their constituents, not wealthy special interests. Campaign contribution limits play an important role in protecting this. To reduce the undue influence of wealthy donors in politics, there must be guardrails against political corruption. When we talk about coordination, candidates can put things on their website and special interest and PAC groups can take them. So what we call that red boxing in the campaign finance world. So on page 2, the A, B, C, D talks about that red boxing. So if you put something on your own website and says for voters to know, and then the political committees take the for voters to know information and put it in an ad, right? So that is what this is trying to do, is that sort of red boxing that happens with coordinated spending. This also is valuable for candidates to evade campaign limits, direct contributions, and coordinate with outside spenders. Remember, outside spenders in New Hampshire are mostly out-of-state spenders. There are big money coming in from out of state. It's not local money that's being spent to influence our elections. House Bill 172 creates and expands upon the definition of coordinated and independent expenditure, clearly outlining the difference between these two and eliminating loopholes. Right now, our law is Swiss cheese. Undetected coordination erodes accountability for everyday voters, and we need to make sure that millionaires and billionaires aren't able to funnel unlimited money and drown out the voices of local New Hampshire voters. For this reason, I urge you to vote ought to pass on 175 and support integrity in political campaigns. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 175. The blue sheet was one person signed in support. Online was 137 in support, 8 opposed, 0 neutral. With that, we're going to close that hearing with a public hearing. We're going to open up the noticed executive session. Going to open the executive session for CACR 5 relating to absentee ballots, providing that no excuse shall be needed by the voter to receive an absentee ballot. And I will recognize Representative Prudhomme O'Brien for a motion.
I move ITL.
Is there a second? Representative Quayle seconds. It's okay. We're on discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on CACR 5. Is there discussion on the motion? Representative Lane is recognized.
I would like to have a discussion about this because we haven't really had one. And I would like to know why, when there's no evidence of any fraud in absentee ballot states, there's 37 states that do this. What would convince folks, or what is the issue that is holding people back from doing this? Particularly in New Hampshire, where there's virtually no fraud. Nobody's proved it.
Further questions from the committee?
No one wants to answer, huh?
I guess no one wants to answer. Was anyone else wish to speak? Are you ready for the vote? The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Burnham. Yes. Representative Weary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Harvey Bolia.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Gozowski.
Yes.
Representative Toner.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Ward.
No.
Representative Gilmore.
No.
Representative Muirhead.
No.
Representative Bay.
No.
Representative Wilhelm.
No.
Representative Newsom.
Nope.
Representative Howard.
No.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. With that, the motion of inexpedient to legislate carries on a vote of 10 to 8. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien, you'll be responsible for the majority report. Representative Lane, who will be responsible for a minority report? Representative Lane will be responsible for minority report. With that, I will close the executive session after I type in my notes here. Sorry, Representative Prudhomme O'Brien has a longer name and I don't type that fast. There we go. It's on the public documents. I want to make it nice. Representative Lane. All right, there we go. Okay. With that, I will close the executive session for CACR 5, and I will open the executive session for House Bill 136, extending the time period for delivery of absentee ballots from 5 p.m. to the close of polls. And I will recognize Representative Wood for a motion. Can you turn your mic on, Representative? Thank you.
Sorry about that. I'd like to make a motion on HB 136, move it to ITL.
Representative Wood moves inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 136. Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Representative Quayle seconds the motion. Is there discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 136? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Burnham. Yes. Representative Wary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Harvey Bolia.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Gozowski.
Yes.
Representative Toner.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Ward.
No.
Representative Gilmore.
No.
Representative Muirhead. No. Representative Bay.
No.
Representative Wilhelm.
No.
Representative Newsom.
No.
Representative Howard.
No.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. And with that, the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 136 carries on a vote of 10 to 8. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien, you'll be responsible for the majority report. Who will be Representative Lane? Who will get me a minority report?
I'm not sure yet, but I'll get you a name soon.
All right, I'm gonna put you down in the interim. Does that work? Obviously, that can change. Yeah, I need them. I'm gonna try to get to. Although they didn't put the ones I sent last time on the calendar, but. Oh, I'm sorry. I had Representative Wood for the majority report. My apologies.
I have it.
It's already written it. Okay, with that, I will close the executive session on House Bill 136, and Representative Lane is currently down from the minority report, but she will change. That might change. I think we're going to go to, I'm trying to get the one that I know we're going to be all together on here. Nope, that's not it. Trying to get one more out before 4. We done 498? No. I'm going to open up the notice executive session for House Bill 498 relative to when a person may receive an absentee ballot. I'm going to recognize Representative Lane for a motion.
I move that we ITL HB 498.
Representative Lane moves inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 498. Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Ward seconds. Is there any discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 498? Hearing none, are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll. Doing great.
Yep.
We all love you.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
excellent.
All right, here we go. Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Perdue O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Burnham, yes. Representative Weary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Harvey Bolia.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Kozowski.
Yes.
Representative Toner.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Gilmore.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
Yes.
Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Wilhelm.
Yes.
Representative Newsom.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Chairman Barry.
The chair votes yes, and with that, the motion of inexpedient to legislate carries on a vote of 18-0. Is there any objection to this bill being placed on the consent calendar? Hearing none, the bill will be placed on consent calendar. Representative Lane, do you know who will be responsible for the report? I want to put you down in the interim. With that, I'm going to recess the notice executive session, and we're going to go back to hearings because it's 2:41. So I'm going to open the public hearing for House Bill 311 FN relative to permissible campaign contributions by business organizations and labor unions. And I will recognize Representative Reed for the purpose of introduction. Representative Reed, welcome to Election Law.
Thank you so much. My first one of the year in election law. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable members. For the record, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Rockingham 10, which is Newmarket and Newfields. HB 311 is a long overdue housekeeping bill. So, a little bit of history. In 1907, President Roosevelt signed into law the Tillman Act, which stands to this day. It is a federal prohibition on corporate political donations. Excuse me one second while I bring up a quote. It's for federal candidates. The quote from Teddy Roosevelt to Congress is, "All contributions by corporations to any political committee or for any political purpose should be forbidden by law. Directors should not be permitted to use stockholders' money," and remember that, stockholders' money, because we'll later call that treasury or general funds, "for such purposes, and moreover, a prohibition of this kind would be, as far as it went, an effective method of stopping the evils aimed at in corrupt practices acts." Wildly popular. Right after the Tillman Act was signed, many, many states, including New Hampshire, signed their own state-level prohibitions on corporate donations, political donations. Then after that, as we get later into the 20th century and unions become more of a thing, we also put a type of ban on union donations. But when we did the union donations, it did not look like the existing corporate donation ban. The union donation ban was very specific because it made two different sources of funds distinct. The Treasury, which is the general funds, in this case from member dues, union dues, was prohibited. You cannot make political contributions, a union cannot, from their dues, from their general funds, from their treasury. But what it said is that you can, in fact, create a segregated fund that is funded through voluntary donations to then be given for political contributions. And that was legal. So we created this kind of distinct system for unions. Okay, so we have a complete ban on corporations and a kind of half ban on unions. And then in 1999, Kennedy v. Gardner, New Hampshire Supreme Court case, the Supreme Court struck down the corporate ban as being overly broad. They didn't say that it would be unconstitutional if it had been worded like the union ban, and I'm looking for the quote from that right now. But it's said, there is, of course, a simple solution to this simple problem. The general court can easily and effectively amend the statute to reflect its actual constitutional intent. Meaning that if we simply rewrite the corporate ban, instead of a complete general ban, rewrite it like the union ban, then it would be constitutional. They gave us that directive in 1999. What we then did is we struck out the corporate ban in its entirety, did not replace it. So now, for the last 26 years, we've had a partial ban on union donations from union treasury funds, but a complete free-for-all on corporate donations. We have no ban whatsoever on corporate donations in the state. So HB 311 does exactly what the Supreme Court said in the Kennedy v. Gardner case in 1999. A previous version of this bill, I simply took the language on the unions and duplicated it, substituting in a different paragraph businesses. And then a member who is no longer in the House and was on election law at the time wrote a minority report stating that I was somehow trying to treat unions and corporations differently, when in fact, this is exactly the opposite. So what I have done here is, instead of duplicating a paragraph, I shoved businesses into the paragraph that unions are currently in, so that you can see very clearly that the same exact language in the same exact paragraph applies equally to businesses and unions, which is a ban on general treasury funds being used for corporate donations. So that's stockholder, shareholder, stakeholder funds. You can't spend those funds because those were not given to you for political purposes. But you can create a segregated fund, what we today call a PAC, to spend political expenditures out of. And I'll just close by saying that banning the corporate fiddling in our elections is one of the most broadly popular, maybe not amongst politicians, but amongst the people, regardless of political stripe. Everyone hates the idea that our elections are bought and paid for. Everybody. Just talk to regular rank and file, whoever. And I'll close with that. Happy to answer questions.
Okay, questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I only have one pink card. So Representative Guzovsky, if you can please get the blue sheet for me. And the only card I have is for Olivia Zink. And just so members will be on notice, we will go back into executive session after Ms. Zink's time expires.
For the record, my name is Olivia Zink, Executive Director at Open Democracy, and I'm here in support of House Bill 311. I want to just say that this prohibits business organizations from making political contribution. In the wake of Kennedy versus Gardner, which was a 1999 decision, so it's 25 years old. I know the prime sponsor just said it was a Supreme Court, but I have that it's a U.S. District Court that struck down a ban on the business organization. This ban was repealed from New Hampshire law in 2011. So even though the court struck it down in 1999, the election law repealed it in 2011. Despite this case, it really said the judges gave us the facts in this case, and they said in the words exploited by the legislature are clear and unambiguous, and the evidence to the intent to preclude corporations from making political contribution unless those sources. So they just want you to make segregated funds and make sure that the sources are disclosed. It's very simple. The court told you how to fix it and to make it the constitutional intent. It does exactly what we have for unions. So it just brings equity into the different entities so that corporations don't get more influence in our elections, and make them contribute through segregated funds or volunteer contributions. Currently, there's a law that utility companies can't give money to political candidates and have them used for their ratepayers. But because they're not going through a segregated fund, we don't know if those utility donations are fungible, or if they're I think many people do not want Eversource's political contributions to be part of the rates that they pay to the electricity company, or any other public utility. So please, this does have a straight line from the Gardner decision to make sure that we have a level playing field for corporate spending. So please, I urge you to do the right thing and support this bill. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Lane?
Could you speak to whether or not this would violate Citizens United?
No, this would not violate Citizens United because corporations can still make political contributions. They just have to do it through a segregated fund.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. On the blue sheet, there was one signed in support, no opposed. Online, there was 174 in support, 9 opposed, and 0 neutral. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 311. We're going to go back into the noticed executive session. We're going to open up the executive session for House Bill 288. That's House Bill 288, requires that absentee ballots be requested at least 6 months prior to any election for which the absentee ballot is requested. And I will recognize Representative Weary for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion of ought to pass.
Representative Weary makes a motion of ought to pass. Is there a second? Representative Wood seconds. Are there any amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir.
Representative Weary, would you like to move an amendment?
Yes, the committee has before them been passed out Amendment 2025-0349H. It's an amendment to House Bill 288, and it.
Hold on a second, Representative. Can you read me that number again?
I'm sorry. Yes, it's 2025-0349H.
Representative Weary moves Amendment 2025-0349H to House Bill 288. Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Wood seconds. We're now on discussion of the amendment. Representative Weary, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. The amendment clarifies the Uwakava voters for that process. They have to fill out the federal official postcard no earlier than January of a calendar year in which an election occurs, federal election occurs. All other application. So that's how that aspect is addressed. And then here the remaining applicant forms would be received or postmarked within 6 months of the election. So that basically it contains the intent of the original thing, but corrects it for the Uwakava, and the title and the analysis have also been amended to more accurately reflect the nature of the bill.
Further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, are you ready for the question? The vote is on adoption of the amendment. We may adopt via voice vote. All in favor of adopting Amendment 2025-0349H, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Representative Weary is recognized for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion of ought to pass with the amendment.
Representative Weary makes the motion of ought to pass as amendment on House Bill 288 with Amendment 2025-0349H. Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Wood seconds. Is there discussion on the bill as amended? Representative Lane is recognized.
I appreciate the intent of this bill, but I will be voting against it because it creates two different classes of voters. Ones that are not Uwakava and ones that are. And so I hope we can solve this problem another way, but that's my thoughts.
Is there further discussion on the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 288? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Padum O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Burnham, yes. Representative Weary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Harvey Beloya.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Gosowski.
Yes.
Representative Toner,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Ward,
No.
Representative Gilmore,
No.
Representative Muirhead. No. Representative Bay,
No.
Representative Wilhelm.
No.
Representative Newsom,
No.
Representative Howard,
No.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. With that, the motion of ought to pass as amendment carries on a vote of 10 to 8. Representative Weary, you'll be responsible for the majority report. Representative Lane, do you know who will be responsible for the minority report? As per our practice now, I will put you down. With that, I am going to close the executive session for House Bill 288. What time is it? We have 5 more minutes. Going to open up the executive session for House Bill 290. Have we done 294? Okay. I'm going to open up the executive session for House Bill 294, and I will recognize Representative Lane to make a motion.
No, we did.
294.
Okay. Oh, okay. I will make a motion of ought to pass on 294.
There's a motion of ought to pass on House Bill 294. Is there a second? Representative Ward seconds. Is there discussion on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 294? Hearing none, are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Oh, I got my mic on. Sorry about that. Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Perdue O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Burnham, yes. Representative Weary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Harvey Bolia.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Gozowski.
Yes.
Representative Toner.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Gilmore.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead. Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Wilhelm.
Yes.
Representative Newsom.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. With that, the motion of ought to pass carries on a vote. On the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 294 carries on a vote of 18 to 0. Without objection, this bill will be placed on consent calendar. Hearing no, it has a fiscal note. It doesn't on. It doesn't. I'm going to trust but verify because I don't think there. No, because no, this is a removing of a statute. So no, there's no fiscal note. So without objection, this bill will be placed on consent calendar. With that, I'm going to close the Representative Lane. Okay, I guess I'll put you down for the report. You're going to be very busy. With that, I'm going to close the executive session on House Bill 294. And I will open up the executive session for House Bill 344, enables the processing of absentee ballots before the election day. I will make a motion of inexpedient to legislate. Is there a second? Representative Quayle seconds me. We're on a discussion of the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 344. Would any member like to be recognized? Hearing none, are you ready for the vote? The clerk will call the roll on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 344.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Perdue O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Burnham, yes. Representative Wary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Harvey Bolia.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Gozowski.
Yes.
Representative Toner.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Ward.
No.
Representative Gilmore.
No.
Representative Muirhead.
No.
Representative Bay.
No.
Representative Wilhelm.
No.
Representative Newsom.
No.
Representative Howard.
No.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. With that, the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 344 carries on a vote of 10 to 0. I will be responsible for the majority report. Representative Lane, do we know who will be doing the minority? Could you repeat the vote, please? 10 to 8. I'm sorry, did I stutter through it? I'm sorry.
10-0.
Oh, 10 to 8. Excuse me, 10 to 8. 10 to 8. And she wrote it down apparently. That's not how that works. Woo! All right. Representative Lane, do you know who will be responsible for the minority report? Yeah. We only have 1 minute left, so I'm going to close the executive session on 344, and we've got 1 minute before we do the next hearing. So a couple of housekeeping things. I will send out the link, but I showed the ranking member and the vice chairman a form that I have made using the license we get from Microsoft Office. via the state. So I'll send it out in a BCC, but that is how I want you to send in committee reports going forward because we have so many. It has a drop-down menu on it. You can select who you are. It has a drop-down menu for the bill number and the name. And then it has the motion you're making. And it basically requests all the information that you would give to me in an email, but instead of having 1,000 different emails bouncing around, I'll have it in one nice spot. When you click submit on that, it goes to 3 people. So be conscious that when you click submit, it's going to 3 people. It's going to myself, the ranking member, and the vice chairman. If you submit something and you need changes, obviously feel free to reach out to me and we will make that arrangement. But this will help me to put everything kind of in one bucket, so I'm not digging through umpteen emails because some people are emailing me on my campaign email address, and it's all over the place. So I would work with your respective party leader in how that will work inside your process. Like I know for my friends on the Democrats, you guys usually send it to Representative Lane, and she does whatever she does with it, and then she sends it to me. However you guys work that into your process, that's fine. I don't care, but I want to receive it through that link. And I'll make the email title very obvious, but that will help. And if anybody sees anything that should be added to that form, I'm happy to add it. But once again, when you click submit, it's immediately, it goes to me, the ranking member, and the vice chairman. So there won't be any, I sent it in or whatever. There will be 3 people or immediately receive it. So does anybody have any questions on that? Okay. And with that, we will recess the notice executive session, and we will open up. We just did that one. We will open up the public hearing for House Bill 364 relative to ballots delivered to elder care facilities. I don't even know whose bill this is. Oh, it's Representative Lane's bill. Oh yeah, this is the bill that I was supposed to do last week, and I just missed it. My apologies. Yeah, we were supposed to do this bill last week, and I just missed it. So now we're doing it. Representative Lane, you're like a frequent flyer today.
I am. I'm Connie Lane. I represent Merrimack District 16, which is Concord Ward 2. I'm going to do something rather unusual. This bill was intended to repeal a bill that we passed last year. I had been asked to put in this bill, and now the people that asked me no longer seem to think they need it. So I am going to respectfully ask that all of you ITL my bill.
Cannot wait to ITL
I'll
your bill.
take questions if you want.
Are there questions for the committee? All right, seeing none, please rejoin. Yes, Representative Muirhead. Well, the good news is,
I'm not writing a report for that one.
the good news is actually we could, if you wanted to, indulge you because we do have the notice executive language. So if you want to ITL it, we can do it. Yeah, we can do it right now. Well, my agreement is if the ranking member agrees to it. So if the ranking member agrees to ITL her own bill, otherwise we can do it next week and notice it next week. So with that, I guess I'll look online and read up the hearings. See how many people signed in for the. Yeah, well, let me finish the hearing first because I got to do the things. 364. Are you sure you want to ITL this? A lot of people like. Oh no, a lot of people hate this bill actually. So online there were 67 in support, 349 opposed, and 0 neutral. Representative Toner, can you grab that? Did we lose Representative Gosowski? Did he? Representative Lane, do you have any objection to executing this bill today?
No.
Okay. All right. A lot of people like this bill. You sure about that? A lot of people signed in here. 5 in support, 0 opposed. I don't have any pink cards. I already read online. So with that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 364. We don't have any more public hearings today, so we're just going to finish off executive session and maybe even go home a little early. Who knows? All right, going to open up the executive session of the House Election Law Committee. Going to do an unnoticed executive session on House Bill 364 relative to ballots delivered to elder care facilities. And you know what, Representative? Oh, you said you didn't want to kill your own bill? Okay. I mean, I used to love doing that. I used to love killing my own bills. So, Representative Lane is recognized for a motion.
I move to ITL House Bill 364.
Representative Wilhelm quickly jumps in to kill your bill.
I have to find a sheet.
It's okay. We've got time. How dare you? How dare you?
What is it, 360?
364. Yes, ma'am.
Look at that.
We've got it. All right.
All right, what's that motion?
In the motion of inexpedient to legislate by Representative Lane, seconded, vigorous second by Representative Wilhelm. Seemed very joyful to do it. It was very strange. Are you ready for the question? Here, the clerk will call the roll. On the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 364.
Okay. Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Perdoma Bryan.
Yes.
Representative Burnham, yes. Representative Weary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Harvey Bolia.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Gozowski.
Yes.
Representative Toner.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Gilmore.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead. Yes. Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Wilhelm.
Yes.
Representative Newsom.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Go. Hang on. And Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. Without the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 364 carries on a vote of 18-0. Is there any objection to this bill being placed on the consent calendar? Hearing none, the bill will be placed on consent calendar. Representative Lane, you have a lot of reports. Would you like me to take care of this 2-sentence report, which will include the sponsor asked for it to be withdrawn? Okay. See, I'll get that. Take care of that. I'll use my new link and everything. That'll be great. With that, we're going to close the executive session on House Bill 364, and we're going to open up the executive session for House Bill 345, which is being recessed. So 345 is recessed. We are going to open up the executive session for House Bill 403, relative to weather conditions which enable absentee voting, and Representative Toner is recognized for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion of ITL.
Representative Toner makes the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 403. Is there a second?
I second that.
Representative Perdoma Bryan seconds. Is there discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 403? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 403.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Perdoma Bryan.
Yes.
Representative Burnham, yes. Representative Weary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Harvey Bolia.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Gozowski.
Yes.
Representative Toner.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Ward.
No.
Representative Gilmore.
No.
Representative Muirhead. No. Representative Bay.
No.
Representative Wilhelm.
No.
Representative Newsom.
No.
Representative Howard.
No.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. With that, the motion of inexpedient to legislate carries on a vote of 10-8. Representative Toner, you'll be responsible for the majority report. Representative Lane, do we know who will be doing the minority report? All right. Representative Lane's going to be a frequent flyer on the minority report. All right. With that, I'm going to close the executive session on House Bill 403. 418 will be recessed and will be referred to a subcommittee, which we're going to talk about in a second. We're going to open up the 423 is the perennial recess. So 423 is recessed, and we only have one more, which is House Bill 4. I'm missing a bill in here. I missed one.
Mr. Chairman, is it 464?
No, we're about to do 464, but I'm missing. Oh, no, it is 464. I'm sorry. No, it is. I'm sorry. It is. I got confused by my paperwork. Going to open up the executive session for House Bill 464, prohibiting candidates from political offices from participating in counting ballots, and Representative Guzovsky is recognized.
I'd like to make a motion, OTP, please.
Representative Guzovsky makes a motion of ought to pass. Is there a second?
I will second.
Representative Burnham seconds. Are there any amendments?
Yes.
Wait, actually, Howard, you can move the amendment. Your name's on it, so
That's what
what
I
we
was
were going to
thinking.
move anyways, brother. So go for. Oh, actually, you can't do it because you are not a member of this committee. Sorry. Yeah, I know, but our rules do not allow for subs to make. They can't make motions. They can't do amendments. The only thing you can do is vote. So I'm sorry about that. That's not. I think it would be great because your name is loading on the amendment. So we'll go back to Representative Guzovsky, who moves amendment.
Yes.
Okay, Representative Guzovsky is going to move Amendment 2025-0196H. Does every member have a copy? Are there any seconds? All right, I will second his motion. Yeah, I distributed a copy earlier. Do you have one? Yeah, you can have this one right here. There you go. I have two, so there you go. Perfect. There you go. All right, so we are now on discussion of the Amendment 2025-0196H to House Bill 464. Would anyone like to speak to the amendment? Representative Howard, would you like to speak to the amendment that your name is on?
Yes, I would. Thank you,
okay.
Mr. Chair. HB 464 in this amendment is intended to remove any potential image of a conflict of interest and is about public transparency so we can prevent any illusion of interference. This amendment, it specifies exactly what elected positions would be allowed to handle these ballots because obviously there are some that are statutorily and constitutionally allowed and supposed to do these jobs. So this amendment fixes some of the errors in the original, and I hope to gain your support. Thank you.
Okay, great day to sub. Further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, are you ready for the question? All those in favor of adopting Amendment 2025-0196H to House Bill 464 say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. And with that, the amendment is adopted. Representative Guzovsky is recognized for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that ought to pass as amended.
Representative Guzovsky makes the motion of ought to pass as amended to House Bill 464 with Amendment 2025-0196H. Is there a second?
I second.
Multiple seconds, but we'll credit it to Representative Burnham. We're now on discussion on the bill as amended. Is there discussion on the bill as amended? Hearing none, are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll. On the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 464 with Amendment 2025-0196H.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Padum O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Burnham, yes. Representative Weary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Harvey Balia.
Yes.
Representative C.
Yes.
Representative Gozowski.
Yes.
Representative Toner.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Gilmore.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead. Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Wilhelm.
Yes.
Representative Newsom.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes, and with that, the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 464 carries on a vote of 18-0. Is there any objection to this bill being placed on the consent calendar? Hearing none, the bill will be placed on the consent calendar. There's no more votes today. I thought I did, but I'll say it again. I'm recessing House Bill 686. There you go. If I didn't say that, I apologize. I had it scratched off already. Okay. One more quick housekeeping item. So I'm going to send that email out about the link with the reports. We have formed a subcommittee. Let me read the subcommittee title real fast. Should have had that ready. Outlook. I might apologize. But anyways, we formed a subcommittee. Representative Weary is the chair. It's going to look at basically a lot of the bills we've looked at in the last 2 weeks, basically involving voter registration, definition of domicile residency. I'll read you the formal charge here, but they're basically what they're going to look at is under the context of some of the bills that we've recessed, which ones basically they're going to explore the court cases that have been out there that would be relevant to this, and draft a report. And I imagine there'll be a majority and a minority report coming out of that committee. But they're going to meet. Representative Weir, when's the first meeting? This Friday. What time? 9:30. Okay. Let me find the notice for it and I can read it so I can do this officially. It's already been formed, they just didn't have bills yet. Where'd you go? Robin. My sent folder. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get us out of here.
Does that help?
Yeah. Well, I want to read the notice. Robin. Formation. All right, here we go. Okay. So, forming the election law subcommittee on voter registration and impacts of non-resident voting. The first name members shall have the authority to schedule meetings and shall act as chair. As I said, that is Representative Weary. They've already noticed a bunch of bills for this Friday. The committee maintains possession of the bill. So we actually execed a couple of them today. Those reports aren't going to be held. They're going to be transmitted to the clerk. As you guys have probably gathered, I'm trying to get things out of the committee and not hold on to them. Please show up if you want to show up. You can obviously sit in the crowd. But with that, I don't think we have any more business. I will see you guys for next Tuesday and Thursday for voting, and I will send that link around right now. Okay? All right. I'll see you guys on Tuesday.